Hi, good afternoon. Welcome and thank you for joining the public workshop on the draft NPDES General Permit for Suction Dredge Mining. My name is Adriana Renteria, and I'm the Director for the Office of Public Participation, and I'll be your facilitator for today. Today, we're hosting this meeting virtually from the traditional territories and homelands of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people in the modern city of Sacramento. We know that they are still actively working to stabilize their livelihoods and preserve their way of life. We equally honor the groups who have experienced economic, environmental, and social disadvantages as a result of historical marginalization. We know that we are meeting during a very challenging time. We recognize the impact that this global pandemic has had and will continue to have on communities across California. We want to extend a warm welcome to you and thank each of you for finding a way to join us virtually today. Next slide, please. We're doing our best to make sure that everyone can participate in an effective way and that our time spent here today is valuable. So some guidelines for today's meeting are, number one, this workshop is being recorded and webcast. Number two, this is an informational discussion. So no written responses to comments will be given and there will be no formal action taken today. Staff who are presenting will be answering questions to the best of their ability during our question and answer period. We encourage you to take breaks as needed. This is a 3-hour meeting and we will take a break about halfway through. We encourage everybody to just take care of themselves throughout the meeting. The PowerPoint presentation from today's meeting will be uploaded onto the State Water Board website on the Suction Dredge Mining Permit page. So if you didn't get a chance to get all the information from today's PowerPoint, you will be able to download the PowerPoint at a later date. And lastly, if you'd like to stay connected and involved in this process, we really encourage you to sign up for our Lyris email subscription to get further updates. And you can sign up for this subscription service directly on the State Water Board's website. Next slide, please. All right. So the purpose of today's workshop is for staff to share information on the draft permit for suction dredge mining and to answer any questions you may have regarding the draft permit. Today, we will also be listening to any comments you'd like to express. But just to clarify the State Water Board process, if you would like your comments, questions, or concerns to be included in the administrative record for this proceeding, you will have 2 opportunities to do so. Your first opportunity will be during the June 17th State Water Board public hearing on the draft permit, where you can give your comments orally directly to board members. Your second opportunity will be to share your comments in written form and send them directly to the board clerk. So both oral comments that are shared at the board hearing on June 17th and written comments that are shared with the board clerk will be recorded as part of this process. Our discussion today is for informational purposes only. So we do encourage you to send us your questions, and we want to thank everybody in advance who have already sent us in really great questions. In order for you to submit questions, we have some instructions on the slide on the screen. So you're going to want to go ahead and email your question to suction dredge mining npdes@waterboards.ca.gov with the subject line suction dredge mining question. And then in the body of the email, we're going to ask you to provide the following information: your name, the last 3 digits of your phone number so that we can identify you on the Zoom platform, who you represent, either you represent yourself, another person, or maybe an organization, your question, and lastly, if you'd like to ask your question yourself, or if you'd like State Water Board staff to read your question on your behalf. So once you email us, we will email you with instructions and the meeting password so that you can log onto the Zoom call and ask your question yourself. When it's your turn to share your question or your comment, the meeting facilitator will admit you into the meeting and you will have the opportunity to ask your question. Once you've shared your question, we'll go ahead and release you from the Zoom meeting and you can continue watching from the Cali, PA webcast. And all of these instructions that I just shared right now, they will be emailed to you if you email us. And there will be a few opportunities throughout the meeting for us to repeat these instructions as well. If you're having any issues with joining the Zoom, or if you have any questions related to technical issues, feel free to email us to the same email and we can offer some assistance. All right, so today we have staff from the Division of Water Quality, Office of Chief Counsel, and the Office of Public Participation who will be either presenting or who are working behind the scenes to make sure that today runs smoothly. So when I call their names, I'm gonna ask folks to unmute themselves and to please introduce themselves. So first up, I'd like Diana to come on live and introduce herself.
Yes, hello, this is Diana Messina. I'm a supervising engineer with the State Water Board.
Thanks, Diana. Next, I've got Afrouz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Afrouz Farsi Madan. I'm the NPDES Wastewater Program Manager.
Thanks, Afrouz. Renan?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renan Howry, and I'm an NPDES staff engineer in the NPDES unit. Thank you.
Thanks, Renan. Gergagan?
Hello, this is Gergagan Chan. I'm a Water Resources Control Engineer within the NPDES unit at the State Water Board.
Thanks. Steve?
Good afternoon, this is Steve Chung. I'm a Water Resource Control Engineer in the NPDES unit.
Thanks. Phil?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for your time. My name is Phil Crater, and I'm the Assistant Deputy Director with the State Water Board Division of Water Quality.
Thanks, Phil. Ryan?
Hi, everybody. This is Ryan Mallory Jones. I'm an attorney in the Office of Chief Counsel, State Water Resources Control Board.
Thanks. Rachel?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel. I'm an assistant with the NPDES unit.
Great. Paul?
This is Paul Levy. I'm an environmental scientist assisting the NPDES unit.
Great. Gwyneth?
Hello, my name is Gwyneth Granville. I'm the Executive Assistant for the Division of Water Quality.
Awesome. Jenilyn?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenilyn Guzman, an environmental scientist with the Office of Public Participation.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for joining today. So now I'd like to pass the mic to Diana Messina, who's going to be leading us through today's welcome and an overview of today's workshop. Next slide.
Yes, next slide. Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome to our stakeholder workshop. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us during this time that the State Water Board continues to work through our remote communications. My name again is Diana Messina. My colleagues and I are State Water Board staff here today to present the draft statewide permit for suction dredge mining. Thank you to all of you that have taken the time to talk to us and to educate us regarding your interests and your concerns. We have taken a lot of time to listen to many of you and have learned that there are many different interests regarding the regulation of suction dredge mining here in California. The focus of our draft permit is solely to regulate suction dredge mining for the protection of water quality purposes. This draft permit is the State Water Board's response to Senate Bill 637, passed by the state legislature in 2015, and staff's work to develop a permit that responds to a lot of the feedback we received from you. This is a draft permit for your official public comments. This is not a final permit to be presented to the State Water Board for their consideration of adoption. Afrouz Farsi, our NPDES program manager, will be going over the public process of our water board permits, showing you that we are currently at the stage when our board receives your public comments. We as staff consider all your written comments and change the draft permit as deemed appropriate per federal and state law and regulations. Then that draft becomes the final draft permit that is presented to our State Water Board in a future meeting for their consideration of adoption. All interested parties will continue to have the opportunity to comment at a future permit adoption public meeting. No permit language is final until our board officially adopts the permit. Next slide, please. Just checking to make sure. Wonderful. So we're going to repeat a lot today just because we want to make sure everyone understands the really crucial issues. And so the purpose of the workshop today is for us staff to answer any questions you may have regarding the draft permit or any questions you may have regarding the public permit development process. We're also here for any other questions you have of us. We will also listen to any comments that you may want to express to us staff today. Next slide, please. All right, so again, to repeat what Adriana had stated, this is just to clarify our water board process since this is new for many of you. If you would like your comments or questions or express concerns to be included in the administrative record for this permit, that is the legal record, your opportunity to do so, you'll have several opportunities. The first coming up is the State Water Board hearing that is scheduled for June 17th. The State Water Board hearing will be specifically on this permit, and the State Water Board will allow interested parties to speak directly to them orally. The second opportunity is written comments. Right now, we're in a 45-day written comment period, and everything you express to us today, please know that we are not officially entering that in the administrative record. So you would have to either speak it orally in front of the board or include it in your written comments. I always think to be safe or to be clear with your comments, it's good to do both if you have the opportunity to do so. All right. You have to make sure your written comments are submitted to the State Water Board in accordance with the public notice and before the end of the public comment period. Our discussion today is for information purposes only, and we will answer all your questions to the best of our ability. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right. So now I'm going to go over this afternoon's agenda. We are currently welcoming you. Thank you. And then we will have Afruz Farsimadan give you an overview of the purpose of NPDES permits in general. Afruz will also be going over the State Water Board's public permitting process. After Afruz has completed those items, then we'll have Renan Haragi give you an overview of the proposed draft permit. It is during that time that Renan is going to go into a lot of the detail of the most important sections that we believe you as stakeholders and interested parties need to understand. With Renan's presentation, that will probably trigger more questions you may have. So if you have questions, if you don't understand his presentation, please feel free to submit comments for clarification. Then at 2:15, we will be taking a 15-minute break. This is also a good time for anyone that has questions to get back onto our email address and submit your questions. At 2:30, as long as we're on schedule, Adriana then will open up the floor for those folks that want to voice their questions themselves. Otherwise, we will read off your questions, and as staff, we will answer your questions to the best of our ability. And again, if you have comments, we're here to listen to your comments. Then also, this meeting is scheduled until 4 o'clock. At 3:45, we're going to go into what we had planned to express to you, which is our next steps and our closing. However, if we do have a lot of questions still in the queue, us staff, we're going to continue this Zoom meeting until 5 o'clock and spend that extra hour continuing answering questions. All right, thank you very much. With that, I'd like to introduce Afrooz Farsimidin. Afrooz is our senior engineer in our NPDES program. Next slide, please. Afrooz, thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon. My name is Afrooz Farsimidin. I manage the NPDES wastewater program in the Division of Water Quality. In the next few slides, I will give you a general overview of the NPDES program, different types of NPDES permits, and the State Water Board permitting process. NPDES stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. NPDES program was authorized by the Clean Water Act in 1972. NPDES is a federal program. The United States Environmental Protection Agency delegated the administration of the NPDES program in California to the State Water Board and 9 regional water quality control boards. To protect water quality, the Clean Water Act prohibits discharges of pollutants through a point source into a water of the United States. NPDES program regulates discharges to waters of the United States through permitting. NPDES permits provide an authorization to discharge. There are 2 categories of NPDES permits, individual and general. An NPDES permit term is 5 years. Next slide, please. General NPDES permits regulate multiple industries with similar type of operation and discharge. A general NPDES is not issued to anyone in particular. General NPDES permits specify discharge prohibitions, establish monitoring and reporting requirements, and explain the basis for the permit requirements in the permit fact sheet. Next slide, please. How to obtain coverage under a general NPDES permit. After the State Water Board adopts the permit, applicants must submit an application package, which includes the application form, appropriate fee, and any supplemental information required by the permit. State Water Board staff then will review the application, and if the application is complete and the proposed discharge is eligible for coverage, the Deputy Director of Water Quality issues a permit. Next slide, please. This slide shows the timeline for the State Water Board's permitting process. As you can see from the red text, the public is involved in every stage of the process. The first circle shows the start of the permitting process, when staff hold informal public workshops to get stakeholder feedback. Based on the feedback received from stakeholders, staff drafts a proposed draft permit. For the suction dredge mining activities, State Water Board staff held several workshops throughout the state in 2017 and 2018. We also held focus meetings with mining associations, tribal representatives, and the environmental groups in 2019. The second circle in this timeline shows the next steps in the permit development, which is the release of the draft permit for public review and comment. Usually the public comment period is 30 days or 45 days. On May 13th of this year, State Water Board staff issued the draft suction dredge mining permit for a 45-day public comment period. State Water Board staff holds publicly noticed board hearing typically during the public comment period. This is an opportunity for stakeholders to speak in front of the board members and provide oral comments to the board. We have scheduled a board hearing for the proposed suction dredge mining permit on June 17th of this year. The third circle marks the end of the public comment period. State Water Board staff considers all comments received by the due date and prepares a final draft permit based on comments received. For the proposed suction dredge mining permit, the deadline for submitting written comments to the State Water Board is noon on June 29, 2020. The last step is adoption of the proposed permit. The State Water Board holds a publicly noticed adoption meeting to consider permit adoption. At this point, I would like to introduce Renan Jauregui. Renan is a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Quality. He is the lead staff developing the draft permit. Renan will provide an overview of the draft permit. Renan, take it on.
Thank you, Afroz. My name is Renan Jauregui. I'm a water resource control engineer in the NPDES unit. I will now present an overview. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, here's an overview. I will give you an overview of the draft NPDES permit and we'll go in more detail afterwards. The draft general permit can be broken into the following sections. A main section with all the permit requirements and prohibitions, and then all the supporting and supplementary information as attachments, which include the application and termination forms, standard provisions, the monitoring and reporting requirements, the fact sheet where you can find all the details and basis for the requirements, and finally the maps showing the prohibited areas and the allowed areas for suction dredge mining. Next slide. Now, here's a list of all the specified attachments in the permit. Attachment A includes all the definitions of the terms used in the permit. Attachment B1 and B2 consist of the application form, as well as the best management form that needs to be completed to be enrolled under the permit. Then attachment C, this is the termination form for when coverage is requested to be terminated. Attachment D is the standard provisions. Attachment E contains all the monitoring and reporting requirements. And attachment F is the fact sheet, and followed by attachment G1 and G2, which are the maps of the prohibited areas and the allowed areas for suction dredge mining. So this gives you a nice structure of how the permit is set up. Next slide, please. Now I will go in more detail into the most important sections of the permit. This is page 1 of the permit, where you will find the key definitions that are foundational to the proposed permit. As you may know, as defined by statute, suction dredge mining, or the use of any vacuum or suction dredge equipment, is the use of a mechanized or motorized system for removing or assisting in the removal of or the processing of material from the bed, bank, or channel of a river, stream, or lake in order to recover minerals. However, in this order, suction dredge mining or suction dredge mining activities only encompass motorized dredge mining activities that take place in a water body, utilize a single intake suction nozzle, and directly discharge to surface waters. This order does not allow motorized dredge mining activities that take place outside the water body. The next definition is what are discharges. Discharges in this permit are defined as discharges from in-water suction dredge mining activities, including the immediate mobilization and release of pollutants bound to a water body bed into the water column from suction dredge mining equipment. The next definition is who's considered a discharger. And under this permit, that's an individual miner that's authorized to discharge through an approval letter issued by the Deputy Director of Water Quality. Finally, what are waters of the U.S.? And these are surface waters identified as waters of the U.S. in accordance with the Clean Water Act. In this permit, the use of surface waters and receiving waters are interchangeably used to mean waters of the U.S. Next slide, please. Now, here's a list of what constitutes the main section of the draft permit. So this includes part 1, the scope of the permit, which basically states what activity is covered, as defined on page 1 already, why a general NPDES permit is appropriate and applicable, which is to protect water quality and authorize discharges on a statewide basis, as opposed to an individual permit that would address site-specific conditions and establish effluent limitations and specific monitoring requirements depending on the site-specific water quality condition of the water body. This section also goes over what a miner needs to do to obtain coverage or receive an authorization to discharge, and once approved, to ensure compliance with the permit requirements and prohibitions. Next slide, please. Actually, no, keep it here. Part 2 goes over the coverage and application requirements, which I will go in more detail on a separate slide. Part 3 is the findings, which describes all the legal authorities and applicable regulations for this permit. Part 4 provides the discharge prohibitions, which I will also go in more detail later on a separate slide. Part 5 includes the discharge specifications and limitations, where of most importance are the specified best management practices identified for protection of water quality based on the water quality concerns associated with suction dredge mining, and I will also go over them in separate slides. Part 6 are the standard for receiving water limitations that apply to all NPDES permits to protect water quality, and in this particular case, to ensure there's proper implementation of prescribed best management practices. This includes limitations for chemical constituents, floating material, trash, sediment, toxicity, hydromodification, turbidity, nuisance, temperature, mercury, and methyl mercury. Part 7 are the permit provisions, which includes the standard provisions referenced as attachment D, but also adds specific provisions, which are additional requirements that need to be followed. And this includes, in this permit, an annual pre-discharge electronic notification to tribal entities to ensure the scheduled suction dredge mining activities do not affect the designated beneficial uses of Native American culture and tribal and subsistence fishing. Basically, the uses of water by those tribal and Native American entities. Next slide, please. I am now going to go over the permit coverage and application requirements. This part describes what coverage the permit provides, which was earlier defined on page 1, and it also describes what is needed to apply and obtain coverage. To obtain coverage, a miner shall submit the following: a complete application form, which can be found as attachment B1, a one-time application fee of $2,572, which is applicable to general NPDES permits and the minimum discharges that have no treatment of these discharges. This is the minimum fee that we have right now in our fee code. Keep in mind that this fee also will be good for 5 years. Coverage: site information and equipment description, including a map or schematic of the suction dredge mining location or locations for which seeking coverage. And finally, a completed best management practice form, which is attachment B2. Upon review of the application package, coverage will be issued by an approval letter from the Deputy Director of Water Quality. This approval letter, in fact, becomes the acknowledgement that you are authorized to discharge and can then go to the Department of Fish and Wildlife to obtain the actual permit to conduct the activity, suction dredge, in the locations specified in the approved letter. Next slide, please. Now I will be discussing a very important aspect of the permit, which are the discharge prohibitions. Which is probably what you're very interested on. Discharges that do not comply with established best management practices are prohibited. Discharges that are not authorized by an approval letter are prohibited. What this means is that discharges from locations that are not identified in the approval letter will in fact be prohibited. The approval letter will be listing which locations on a per water body basis have been approved based on what was submitted in your original application. You can always submit an amendment if you want to add additional locations. The next prohibitions have water quality rationales, which are described in the fact sheet and were based on scientific studies and protection of water quality. The following discharges are prohibited. Discharges into watersheds with water bodies listed in the Clean Water Act, Section 303D as impaired for toxic metals. These toxic metals include cadmium, chromium 3 and 6, copper, lead, mercury, nickel, silver, and zinc, as well as methyl mercury. So what does impaired water bodies mean? These are water bodies that do not meet water quality objectives. In other words, the water quality is already above established water quality levels, intended to protect aquatic life or human health. So any discharge of the listed metals will add to the impairment. Since a study performed in 1997 and 1998 confirmed that suction dredge mining activities cause increases on the levels of dissolved metals in the water column, and the discharges cannot feasibly be treated to remove those metals, this permit prohibits activity in these water bodies. Otherwise, we'll be allowing discharges of metals in already impaired water bodies. Now, the next provision is water bodies with detected concentrations of mercury above a fish tissue water quality objective. Because suction dredge mining activities cause the resuspension of material, including mercury and methyl mercury, and because studies have confirmed that methyl mercury has been found to form in very fine sediment, allowing discharges from suction dredge mining activities in water bodies containing mercury and methyl mercury concentrations above the fish tissue water quality objective would accelerate the mobilization of mercury and methyl mercury to downstream water bodies where further methylization, which is the conversion of mercury to methyl mercury, can occur. With caution to minimize further water quality impairment associated with the mercury bioaccumulation, this order prohibits suction dredge mining in watersheds with water bodies where mercury is detected above the fish tissue water quality objective. The next provision is for water bodies located in areas of historic gold mining. Because a study found extremely high mercury concentrations in the water and sediment, demonstrating a positive correlation between mercury bioaccumulation and the intensity of historic hydraulic gold mining in the Sierra Nevada, this permit, on a protective approach and without other site-specific studies that demonstrate otherwise, it's expected to find high mercury concentrations where there were historic gold minings. Therefore, this permit prohibits such activities in those areas. The next provision is water bodies with year-round Department of Fish and Wildlife provisions. These water bodies have already been established per the Department of Fish and Wildlife regulations as being prohibited all year round. The next prohibition has to do with water bodies subject to the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Basin Plan, point source prohibition. A basin plan for a regional board is basically a water quality control planning document that designates beneficial uses and water quality objectives, and in any other water quality requirements or restrictions necessary to protect applicable waters, which can be surface waters as well as groundwaters. This is an established prohibition in an adopted basin plan applicable to the North Coast Regional Water Board. This permit is simply implementing such prohibition. Next slide, please. Now, here is the map of the prohibited areas. So basically, this is a visual representation of the prohibitions just mentioned. Each of the color represents a layer for a prohibition. This map was created using a geographical information system that used data from our most recent California integrated report, which lists impaired water bodies, then also data from the California Environmental Data Exchange Network for the mercury tissue data. For the historical mines, the data was pulled from the Mineral Resources Data System applicable to California. For the Fish and Wildlife year-round prohibition, the data was shared by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And for the North Coast Regional Board prohibition, the data would include all watersheds within that regional board boundary. Keep in mind that a lot of the prohibited areas also overlap one another, hence the map looks so busy. But this is, like I said, a visual representation of the prohibitions. Next slide, please. Now, here's another important aspect of the permit, which outlines the identified best management practices for suction dredge mining to be conducted in an environmentally responsible way. The first one is regarding operation. the discharger shall comply with the following operation practices. Operate only one suction dredge at a time and maintain at minimum a distance of 500 feet from any other suction dredge mining discharges. Suction dredge only within the wetted portion of the water body at the time of operation. Properly maintain the suction dredge mining equipment to prevent release or leaking of oil, grease, fuels, and other liquids from the equipment. Next slide, please. Continuing with the operation practices, if turbidity levels 500 feet downstream of the suction dredge mining equipment are visually higher than upstream of the equipment, cease operation and wait until the levels return to background levels before restarting the operation. Do not use chemical agents that include mercury to improve mineral processing and extraction or recovery. Remove vegetation and any aquatic organisms from the equipment and drain all the water before leaving the water body and area. If fish or wildlife eggs are observed during suction dredge mining activities, stop the activity at the site immediately. Next slide, please. With regards to site management, the discharger shall manage each site to ensure all trash generated is properly disposed of and removed from the site. All sewage and gray water generated is disposed of in enclosed containers and deposited in a public or private sanitary sewer or septic system. Next slide. With regards to fuels and fueling, the discharger shall comply with the following fueling specifications. Fuels used to power equipment must be properly stored in sealed containers. Equipment must not be cleaned or refueled in or over a water body or within a water body bank. Next slide. To ensure reduction or minimization of metals toxicity, the discharger shall follow the following requirements. And just so you understand what we mean by metals toxicity, when toxicity can be either acutely, which can be lethal, or chronic, which can affect the growth or reproduction. So to minimize the discharge of the metals, which were sediment bound to now be dissolved in the water, these are the requirements, the best management practices that you should follow. So you need to maintain a minimum distance of 500 feet from other discharges that are concurrently conducting suction dredge mining activities. Remove and properly dispose of any visible liquid mercury collected in the sluice box in accordance with the United States Environmental Protection Agency mercury disposal guidelines or equivalent. And a link is provided in the permit to give you access to those EPA guidelines. Next slide. With regards to erosion control, the discharger shall implement at minimum the following control practices to prevent erosion. Do not excavate, collect, or remove material, soil, boulders, or vegetation from the water body, banks, and the slopes in order to facilitate the transport of the equipment or to process the material itself using the in-water dredge mining equipment. Do not cause a widening of the existing water line. Do not change the flow direction of the water body. Do not cause potential future erosion or damage of the existing bank of the water body. Next slide. Now I will go over the actual application form and what information is required. Again, this is attachment B1. Here's a portion of the application form asking for your name, mailing address, billing address if different, and the locations where you will be planning to suction dredge mine. For this, we need the name of the water body, if applicable, the latitude and longitude of the first location at this water body, so that we can properly identify if the location is within the approved area or not, and the city or town and county so we can have a better description of the location of the discharges when the approval letter is issued. And finally, the applicable regional board the location falls under. Next slide. This next portion of the application form is to ensure that you know there is a need to complete the best management practices form, attachment B2, and to submit an application fee. Next slide. This final section of the application form is the certification section, where an applicant certifies that he or she completed the application to the best of their knowledge and believe it to be true and complete, and it requires the applicant's signature, printed name, and date signed, If an application is not signed, it's considered incomplete. Next slide. The next form is the Best Management Practices form, which is attachment B2. This form needs to be completed by the applicant to specifically indicate what actual best management practices the applicant proposes to implement for each of the 5 identified categories to comply with the permit. This is just a portion of the form with the categories operation and site management and fuels and fueling. Next slide. Here's the rest of the form with the other 2 categories, metals toxicity reduction and mercury disposal and erosion control. Next slide. Now we'll go over the monitoring and reporting requirements. The State Water Board typically requires NPDES monitoring requirements that include sampling and lab analysis. Since we understand it is not feasible or practicable for miners to properly conduct sampling for laboratory analysis, this order instead requires visual monitoring at a representative suction dredge mining location per water body for the discharger to evaluate the impacts to water quality from discharges associated with its suction dredge mining activity. Specifically, the discharger shall visually monitor for turbidity, trash, and oil and grease at a representative location for each water body upstream and 500 feet downstream of the suction dredge mining location, 30 minutes after starting the suction dredge mining activity. The discharger shall also take photographs of the receiving water at both the upstream and downstream for the representative location. Next slide, please. Now, to help dischargers with the visual monitoring for turbidity, the permit includes the following chart for comparing turbidity levels. We did this as opposed to having to require every miner to have a turbidity meter and have to take samples and use the turbidity meter and make sure they have to calibrate it every time. So we felt like a visual representation would be adequate enough because it's really a permit that's driven by best management practices. So that visual monitoring is simply going to tell you if you're practicing or you are complying with the practice to minimize impacts by ensuring that the turbidity levels don't go above the background levels. Next slide, please. The permit also includes reporting requirements which consist of every year, records of suction dredge mining activity in permitted water bodies that include the date, start, and end time of the activity, the name of the water body. If no name available, just label unnamed A water body and name B water body. The latitude and longitude of each activity location, the estimate of the amount of material processed or mobilized in cubic yards for that day, the estimate of the amount of liquid mercury recovered and method of disposal, and include photographs of the mercury recovered. We want to find out if in the areas that we're allowing suction dredge mining, you're still finding mercury, because basically the areas that are being allowed are the areas where we have no data on mercury. So this will tell us if there's still mercury in areas that we have no actual data for. Next slide, please. Continuing with the reporting requirements, this will also include corresponding visual monitoring information for the representative locations, including results and photographs, corresponding visual observations of trash and oil and grease, presence or absence noted. A report would still be needed if there was no suction dredge mining activity conducted for that year. You just need to indicate that there was no discharge due to no activity conducted. We still need to have an annual report submitted. And we understand that you may not have a suction dredge mining permit provided by the DFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, but we still need to comply with our permit, which is submittal of an annual report. Next slide, please. Now I will briefly mention the fact sheet, which is attachment F. This section of the permit provides the specific details and basis for the established requirements, including the rationale for the suction dredge mining prohibitions and best management practices. This fact sheet also references the maps for the prohibited areas and allowed areas for suction dredge mining, which are attachment G1 and G2 respectively. Next slide, please. So you already saw the first attachment G1, which is the map for the prohibited areas. Here's the map for all the allowed areas where you can suction dredge mine. It's also attachment G2. The green color areas are the watersheds, which fall under the Hydraulic Unit Code of 10 and are the actual allowed areas for suction dredge mine. So those are all watersheds. Anywhere else on the white or clear regions is prohibited to suction dredge mine. So you understand how this map was developed. We actually, if you lay the prohibited areas over this map, it will cover the entire California area. So this is the leftover watersheds that are not prohibited. So I think that concludes my presentation. I will now pass this to Adriana. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Renan, and to all of the presenters. So now that we've learned a little bit about the draft permit, we're going to be transitioning into our break. And following our break, we'll have the opportunity to hear from you and to answer any questions you may have. So if we can go ahead and go on to the next slide. All right. So during the break is your opportunity to submit any questions or comments that you may have. In order for you to submit a question, what you're going to want to do is email suction dredge mining NPDES@waterboards.ca.gov. You're going to want to include suction dredge mining question in the subject line. And then you're going to want to provide the following in the email body. We're going to have you provide us your name, the last 3 digits of your phone number, who you represent, either yourself or an organization, your question, and then whether you'd like to join the Zoom call to ask your question yourself via audio or video, or if you'd like State Water Board staff to read your question for you. So once you email us, we're going to be sending you instructions for how to join the Zoom call and give you the Zoom link and password. When it's your turn to share your public comment, I'm going to go ahead and admit you into the meeting and unmute your mic and audio. It's really important that your Zoom name matches the name that you sent us in your email. So if you have a hard time renaming yourself in the Zoom platform, email us and we can help you change your name. Right now, for example, we've got someone in our waiting room named Jellies. So Jellies, if you're listening to us, please either change your name or email us and we can help you do that. In order for us to answer as many questions as possible, we are asking commenters and people asking questions to be concise and to limit their questions to 3 minutes as possible. And once you've gotten an opportunity to ask your question, you're going to then be released from the Zoom meeting to continue watching the meeting on the Cali PA webcast link. So again, if you're having any technical issues, you're having issues logging on to the Zoom call, or you don't know how to change your name, please send us an email to the same Water Board's email and we can help you troubleshoot. So we ended our presentations a little bit early. We're going to be taking about a 15-minute break. Right now on my clock, I've got 1:50. So why don't we circle back and begin our question and answer session at about 2:05. So right now we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Thank you to all of you who've asked us questions, and we will resume our question and answer at about 2:05. Thanks. All right, everyone. Welcome back from our break. We hope you've gotten an opportunity to stretch and get a drink of water. We will now begin our question and answer session. So you are welcome to continue sending us your questions. And thank you to all of you who have sent us in really great questions so far. As a reminder, instructions for submitting your questions or for requesting technical support can be found on the screen in front of you. We will officially close our meeting at 4 p.m., but State Water Board staff are available to stay on for an additional hour to answer additional questions. So a couple reminders before we jump into our question and answer session. Like we've stated earlier in the meeting, this discussion today is for informational purposes only. So the comments and questions that are shared in our discussion today will not be included in the official administrative record for this proceeding. A second reminder is that when it's your turn to share your question or your comment, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you and turn on your video. I'll give you an audio cue so that you know that it's your turn next. Once you've asked your question and have received your answer, you will then be released from the Zoom meeting and you will continue watching the meeting via the Cali PA webcast. So in order to try to answer as many questions as possible, we do ask that you are concise and ask your questions in under 3 minutes. And lastly, our last reminder is that any inappropriate or distracting behavior or language will result in removal from the meeting. So we want to thank you in advance for being respectful. All right, so our first question that we have is from, Mr. Shannon Poe. So in a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. But Mr. Poe represents the American Mining Rights Association, for which he is the president. So you should be unmuted. Go ahead and test your audio.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we've got you loud and clear.
Okay.
Do you also have a camera? I'm not seeing your camera.
Yeah, I'm seeing my face on the screen there to the left.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, go ahead and feel free to kick us off.
I'm sorry, to pick a spot? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I was just saying that your audio and your video are looking good, so you're welcome to kick us off with your questions.
Oh, kick us off. Okay. I thought you said pick a spot. Well, I appreciate the time today. I spoke with Phil Crater and Diana last night. Hello, Diana. Anyway, a couple of things before we get to the questions that have been submitted to me by the vast majority of the California miners. And that is about a couple of things. The first one being about the language that is submitted with this whole draft proposal. And Diana will recall we spoke of this last night. The way that these things are written, it's extremely difficult for the layman person, the average miner, or the average person, prospector, whatever, to read this. You almost have to have a law degree to be able to disseminate what is being conveyed in these permits. And we get we understand that most of these things are written by attorneys, but the problem being is that everybody's not an attorney. So when they use all of this legal language, it makes it really, really difficult for people to understand. You know, I've got a college education, and so do a lot of my associates, and we had to read the thing 4 times, and we were still confused by it. All of these different links, and it's just really in an unreadable format for the average person. So I wanted to put that out there, is that when you come out with these type of permitting schemes, is they need to be written in common language. The second thing is with public meetings, we've done kind of an informal poll here we've been doing for about the last hour and a half on whether or not the mining community would be willing to recommend that the public meetings be postponed until it can be done in person, meaning that the miners can actually stand in front of Jonathan Bishop and Eileen Sobecker, whoever it is that's going to be at these meetings, as opposed to having you guys just sitting behind at your own kitchen table, which the way that it's leaning right now is they're leaning towards postponement. But as I mentioned to Diana last night, I will compile the rest of that information, talk to a variety of other groups, clubs, associations today and tomorrow, and I will get you an answer probably by Monday. Does that work? Okay, I see her nodding there. So the other thing is a lot of the miners, not a lot, but you know, there's a percentage of the miners that don't even own computers, and most of the miners that actually do own computers, they probably don't even know how to use Zoom. So you've got a lot of obstacles that I think that are being created here just with this virus. I'll refrain from what I was going to say, from the virus closed down or lockdown or shut down or whatever you want to say. So, so we'll get back to that probably on Monday. So I'd like to go ahead and start with some of the questions that I have. And I have one quick one here for Raynon. In his presentation, he quoted a 1997-98 study, increasing metals in a river study. That's what my note was. What study was that?
Yeah, so Renan, do you want to answer his last question first, or should I go ahead and just address the first comments?
Go ahead and address the first comments. Let me make sure I have the right name of the study while you do that.
All right, very good. So this is Diana Messina. Thank you, Shannon, for your comments, and thank you for your conversation last night too. That was very helpful. So I do want to say, as one of our staff managers, I hear you loud and clear on the readability of this permit. And so as we continue forward, we will be looking to address that. So thank you for actually coming forward and letting us know about that. So I hear that you may be putting in a request for the June 17th public hearing to be postponed. Please go ahead. You could put that in writing. You can email it to me or to Phil Crater, one of us, and we will follow up on that. All right, thank you. All right, minors not having a computer. So please put that in your public comments, and we will have to think that through and on how we can provide all the information that we are placing in the permit somewhere hard copy, and for us to be able to distribute it per request. And that could include, after an applicant does apply for coverage under the permit, making sure that we have the information in hard copy form for them. If you do have kind of a little bit more detail on that, please let us know. And again, please include these in your comments. They're very good. Did I address all your comments before Renan starts talking about the studies?
Yes. Okay,
good. Thank you.
All right. So I guess I'll answer your question, Shannon, and it's nice to see you again. If you have a copy of the permit, you will find it on page F12. I don't know if you don't, but if you do, it will be on page 12. And the study is actually titled is the 40-Mile River and Resurrection Creek Alaska Study, done by Todd Royer et al. Okay. And it was done in 1997, 98. Metal concentrations, dissolved metal, and not total, but dissolved metal concentrations increase in comparing their background versus downstream after the suction dredge mining activity was conducted. So if you don't have the study, we can certainly share the study just to make sure and where exactly and what data we're going by to make that conclusion.
We have the 40-mile study. Okay. I just didn't hear you say which one it was, so that was why I was asking. So, okay. All right, well, and I apologize, guys. I'm in a tank top because I'm up at the mountains and the air conditioner decided to take a nosedive today, and it's 94 degrees, so. Yeah, so I'm quite casual. Well, let me get on with the rest of my stuff here. But before I do that, just for the mining community that is listening to this, I have worked with Diana and Raynon for a couple of years now, actually for going on 5 years. And you know, I know that there's a lot of anger from the mining community right now over this suction dredge permitting proposal. And these are not the people that make the decisions. They're the ones that basically put this together at the direction of the board of directors. So for the miners out there, do not direct your anger at these individuals that we're speaking to today. That is just not, in my opinion, is not appropriate. And I know you guys didn't see that coming, but I thank you for the professionalism that you guys have shown over the years. I really, truly do. And with that, I'm going to get into basically why I oppose almost every aspect of this whole permitting scheme. So to start with, we had Phil Crater isn't in here, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is. Well, then I have a question for Phil. So we had, actually, you know what? Let me change topics here. I'll bring that up with Phil in a second. What other industries and businesses or entities require an NPDES permit that are in those prohibited areas that are on the map? Hint, I actually know the answer to the question, but I would like to have you guys state that.
Okay, sure. This is Diana Messina, and I'll go ahead and start answering that. And please, anyone else jump in, because I do see that question being asked by other people. So the state and the regional water boards. So we're the state water board. Our state is divided in 9 big watershed regions, which the water quality within the regions is also addressed by different regional water quality control boards. Now, I know it seems like this is one permit that we're putting out for these areas solely for miners. However, the water boards, we have various different permitting programs, and all dischargers that are out there conducting their activities, the various activities, if they discharge into a surface water or do work within a surface water, there is a permitting program that actually addresses water quality. And so the water boards do regulate all these other activities through different programs, different avenues. Some are permits, some are certifications, some are strictly just orders. And so so we would need to know a little bit more specific if you're talking about other specific category dischargers, but we're happy to provide you with more of that information if necessary.
One of the questions then, Diana, is let's just take Bear River, which I believe is a 303D listed river, as mercury impaired because it's down below Malakoff diggings where they used a substantial amount of mercury. And for anybody that's, there's probably several on the call that have mined there, there's a lot of mercury in that waterway. There's a sand and gravel plant there that I know has had some issues, some problems. As a matter of fact, we were contacted by one of their employees. So I'm trying to wrap my head around how it is that they, when they're digging with large equipment and they're discharging into Bear River, which is a 303D listed river, they're not prohibited from operating, yet we are from a lawnmower sized engine moving and 1/1,000,000th of the same volume of material that they are. So why are they not prohibited and we are?
All right, so I'm going to assume that large operations is regulated through the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And so with the different regulatory mechanisms, they are most probably being held to mitigation measures and to address the temporary disturbances, and then to address on a permanent basis their other disturbances. Phil, do you want to chime in here? Phil Crater?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Shannon. Nice to see you again. Thanks for your question. So like Diana pointed out, there are a variety of statewide general orders and regional general orders, and anybody conducting an activity in the areas that you've talked about either needs, if they're discharging to a water of the United States, needs to get a permit either by enrolling in one of the existing statewide general orders that relates to the activity they're doing, for example, construction or road building or an operation of a wastewater treatment plant, or they need to get an individual permit from the regional board that has jurisdiction over the area. And so to the extent that the Central Valley Regional Water Board issued that permit, I don't know the details of the permit. And in fact, I don't know which aspect of the operation you're referring to, but I would be happy to find out what the activity is if you let us know what the permit is, and we can get back to you. Or if you let us know what the activity is, we can get you more information about the permit. But in general, there's a process where anybody who wants to discharge fills out a report of waste discharge and applies to discharge waste to a water body, and either the regional board or the state water board will evaluate that report of waste discharge and then act appropriately. And so in this case, what we're doing is looking at a broad, in the case of suction dredge mining, we're looking at a broad category of activities that have similar discharges, and we're deciding that the proposed mechanism for handling those is a statewide general order, and that has information in it about the characteristics of the activity and mitigation measures. And the idea here is that when this permit is issued, like other permits, it will address that discharge appropriately. So that's what we're trying to get at here today with displaying the permit, sharing it, and answering questions, is to make sure that when this goes before the board, all these things are taken into consideration. But in terms of the other permits that you're asking about, they go through the same process, and we have to look at the potential impacts and then require either prohibitions or mitigations or other conditions in the permit to make sure that they can act without causing impairment to beneficial uses.
Well, I think that you can understand our point here is that it seems rather unfair, I guess you could say, Phil, that you have these other types of activities that are allowed, and they get basically a permit to discharge where we're prohibited from discharging, and they're not even on the same scale, not even anywhere near that. And so it just kind of makes it very difficult for us to understand why it is that the suction dredge miners are being singled out and prohibited when these other industries seem to get a pass on it.
And so real quick, Diana, sorry, but I just want to make sure we're not crossing issues up here, but the current prohibition, I think everybody is aware, is a legislative prohibition. And so Shannon, what I think you're referring to is the proposed permit and the prohibitions in the permit. The permit, in fact, allows a discharge. That's what a permit is for, is to authorize a discharge. And so all I can say is if we walk through these other permits with you and showed you permits for activities like you're bringing to our attention in the Bear River, they tend to have much more specific, site-specific and onerous monitoring, reporting, and other requirements associated with them to allow the discharge. In this case, because the activity is proposed to occur so remotely, and it's not a part of a typical industrial operation where people have an environmental compliance staff or other people available to assist them, we've tried to tailor it so that things like visual monitoring and other reporting requirements can act in lieu. And what that means is that we have to be a little bit more conservative about where we authorize the activity. Now, if you think the approach is wrong, this is a great time to have the conversation, and certainly in front of the board, June 17th, because this is all draft proposal by staff right now, and this is fluid and open to conversation.
Well, I'm not going to give away too much information here, but the gentleman that contacted me, and this was just last week, gave me some very specific information, data, and evidence that a particular facility was, in his terms, dumping an enormous amount of pollution into the river. And he actually contacted and filed a formal complaint that apparently was whitewashed over this didn't happen last week. The guy called me last week, but this happened prior. And anyway, we're investigating that, and it's something I guess we'll come back. But I wanted to kind of get that on the record here, that it was something that we look at as rather hypocritical. And so we want to, maybe we'll readdress that with the upcoming meetings. So is there, as far as the Clean Water Act, and listed under the CWA, I think that there's what, 65 listed pollutants. Is that correct, Renan? You can nod.
There's 126 actually for California.
Oh, 126.
Yeah.
And is that something that California has come up with, or the EPA?
It's California specific, although it kind of resembles what EPA also has come up with, but it's California specific.
Yes, and this is Diana. What Renan is referring to is the California Toxic Rule. And so that is a federal rule through federal regulation. I'll repeat it, I see you're writing. It's the California Toxic Rule. And it is in federal regulation. Those are regulations that US EPA has established specifically for California surface waters. And so, yes, there's 126 priority pollutants. And then we look at other conventional, what we call conventional pollutants, which are off that list. I do want to add just a little bit more when it comes to general information about NPDES permits that pertain to your comments. Typically, NPDES permits have numeric effluent limitations for pollutants. And to meet these numeric effluent limitations, dischargers are expected to treat their discharge before it goes into a surface water. And that is pretty significant treatment. We were scratching our heads here when it comes to putting together an NPDES permit for individuals that are out in remote area and really are not going to be conducting any sort of treatment. This NPDES permit is quite unique. It's one of the few, if not the only, point source permit for discharges that does not require on-site treatment. And so when you are ready to give us more information about any other facility, we're happy to either ourselves or have a regional board staff walk through any permits or regulations they have on those facilities. But I wanted to make sure I point that out on the uniqueness of this permit, solely based on best management practices.
Okay, so of those 126 priority pollutants, which of those does a suction dredge add to the water column or the waterway?
Renan?
Yeah. So based on the studies, we noticed that the metals, when you are actually doing the activity, you are mobilizing, you're moving, you're disturbing metals that were sediment bound. Now they become dissolved in the water column. So you technically are adding toxicity. The water wasn't toxic until you do the activity, and then that concentration that was below levels has now increased due to the activity itself, because the activity has allowed for the release of something that was non-toxic, sediment bound, to something that is now toxic, water column release.
Are you talking about methylation of mercury?
No, I'm talking about metals, metals in general, like
wouldn't any type of a storm or a water event create the same type of motion with all of the metals?
Yes, I can go ahead and add to that. So, so the pollutants of concern when it comes to bound in the sediment is mercury and trace metals. And mercury and trace metals have a chemistry in which they can become bound to the sediments. And when it comes to water quality protection, that's actually what we would want, is that have those metals actually bound in the sediment in the bed and the banks of the water body, so that those metals, those pollutants are not floating in the water. And that's what we say in the water column, when they're floating, and then the aquatic life or anything that's impacted by their toxicity comes in contact with them. So yes, big storms do wash down soil. With that though, however, the water boards, we do regulate any activities that cause, the activity itself causes disturbance and loosens up and releases those trace metals into the water column. Yes, here in California, we do have these intense storms and we're aware of that. And for those reasons, we're even more cautious about how stable our banks are and how stable our beds are due to the additional erosion and sedimentation that does occur during those heavy storms.
I also wanted to add, during those heavy storms, you're actually also adding dilution, because now you have lots of rainwater that you could release those metals, but they're not going to get to the toxic levels because it's being diluted by the water due to the storm.
So is there a study that you guys have done that proves that the suction dredging creates a toxic level?
Is the study that we referenced in the permit that identified that the suction dredge mining did indeed, in fact, cause increases of metals.
But
So
did
that's
it
the study.
increase to the point of a toxic level is my question.
Well, that's why in the impaired water bodies, we understand that those waters already are above toxicity levels. So any additional cost of it, of increment, would actually add to the impairment. That's why we separate those water bodies from any other body. It would be nice to know in all the allowed areas what the conditions are. We don't have the information on those water bodies that we're allowing it. But on another technical, on any other NPDES facility, we would expect them to do a water analysis of what those background levels are. In this case, we've decided that anything else that's not prohibited, it would be allowed. But we will eventually probably collect the data to confirm that.
Well, without having any type of a data, I guess I'll move to the next avenue. This kind of involves Phil, is what you guys are doing is a prohibition on waterways without any type of scientific fact, evidence, studies, or anything of that nature. And I'll give you some examples. And guys, I know, I'm going to take a time out here. People are blowing up my phone with messages right now. I'm not going to check them, so quit sending me messages, guys. The vast majority of the mining claims in the state of California don't have mercury in them. I know that for fact because I've dredged most of my life, and most of my friends and associates have dredged most of their lives. There are certain areas, and that's what the 303B listings are, correct, Raynon? Is that's impaired waterways that's listed by the United States EPA. Those have had studies and they've had tests that prove that the levels of mercury are beyond what they would consider safe or acceptable. Right. I get that. Okay. So, but what you guys are doing here with this map is you're making an assumption, and this is where this involves Phil. So back in August of 2018, Jerry Clements, he's our chief research officer with AMRA, and I went to the water board and we met with Eileen Sobeck, we met with Phil Crater and Jonathan Bishop. And there was some other legal counsel person, I don't know who that was. But anyway, we had a very lengthy conversation with these folks. It was many hours, and I'm sure Phil recalls this. I asked very specifically Eileen Sobeck, the director of the California Water Board, when she said that they were going to prohibit mining anywhere that there was historical mining done. And I said, well, why are you doing that? Because our assumption, and I'm using her quotes, our assumption is that they all used mercury. And so I asked her very specifically, I asked all of the people in the room very specifically, well, have you tested all of the waters in the state? No. Are you going to test all the waters in the state? And they said no. So without having any scientific factual data, that brings to light a couple of different things. One is there's some federal guidelines and federal laws that you can't just enact regulation or prohibitions on something when you don't have any evidence of it. It just can't be done. The other thing is that it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're creating this blanket prohibition on all of these areas where I can tell you my personal claims that are about 10 miles from where I'm at right now have no mercury in the entire waterway. I've dredged from the top of where the dang creek starts all the way to where it dumps into the main river down below, and there is no mercury. There's legacy holes all over the place where the old time miners dug holes, but they didn't use mercury. If they did, they used it very safely because we've never found any. So to create a prohibition on an area like that, or a place like up on the Feather, I can think of places, all across the state that have no mercury present, but they have those historical mining done. I just can't wrap my head around why you guys are just doing this blanket prohibition on anything and everything where somebody dug a hole. And as evidenced by what these folks said, it's based on an assumption and not science or facts. So how is it that you can do that legally? Anybody?
Shannon, I'll take a crack at that, and thanks. And I do appreciate that sets up a frustrating situation for people who want to mine. And like you're saying, in your situation where you don't find mercury in your claim. The basis for doing this is that with an NPDES permit, we typically require a characterization of the discharge that's going to occur to show that the discharge can occur without impacting beneficial uses. And that usually involves a lot of sampling and laboratory work. And it's expensive. And for metals, particularly mercury, it's extremely challenging to do, and it's very costly. So we've foregone that in this case and used the evidence that we have that's historical evidence. And I recognize that you dispute it, and that's fair, but it's historical evidence that we're using in the record to point to a correlation between areas of historical mining and finding mercury today. That is a policy call that we're making to structure this permit in a way that people can avail themselves of the permit without having to go through a lot of monitoring and reporting beforehand. If it's the wrong policy call, in your opinion, again, that's an issue to raise to the board, because this is a proposal at this time. It's not fully baked. This is the staff proposal, and it's not done until the board adopts it. So this is a fair comment for you to raise to the board.
Well, there's virtually no data on mercury impaired waterways in the state other than what the EPA has done. Is that a fair statement?
We could certainly get you more information on how we develop the maps. We've done a pretty exhaustive search of the information that we have. There's a lot of information out there that has led to an affirmative 303D listing. There's a lot of information out there that identifies water quality where we have levels that look like it could be impaired, but they haven't gone through the formal process yet. Those are also included in the proposed prohibitions. We have areas where we don't necessarily have information, or we have information that shows that beneficial uses aren't threatened by mercury, even if it's detected that it's below the concentrations. Those areas are not proposed to be prohibited at this point in time. And so again, this will also be adaptive, and as that information changes, but if there's a better way to approach this, we're certainly open to hearing it.
And also,
Awesome.
before we have to wrap up, I want to address one last comment that you said, Shannon, and that is just for everyone. You mentioned that folks might yell at us. Please take this time. We ask everyone to please take this time and express your concerns to us. We know there's a lot of passionate folks out there in all different interests, and we are here to hear it. So I just wanted to address that also.
So
Awesome. Thank you so much, Diana. And then Shannon, we do have to move on to additional questions. So just make sure that if you have one last question, we want to go ahead and address it, but we do have a few other speakers in the queue.
Adriana, if I may, I understand that we're trying to keep on task. Shannon, how much material do you have left to go through? Because I would like to try and work through your questions with you.
I have one more basically question. and then just kind of a little closing statement, and that's all I got. So
we'll do our very best to accommodate you. So please go. Continue.
Okay. Because I would like to think that the 25 people that donated their 3 minutes to me, we haven't even come close to exceeding that. So what have we been talking for 30 minutes here? Anyway, so there's a couple of things in federal law. One is kind of a rational basis review, where especially if it's a regulation that is affecting commerce and the economy, that there's certain legal requirements that the California Water Board would have to do. And in my opinion, it just doesn't seem like they're doing that at all because of this. And this is a no-go, absolute blanket no-go on this entire permitting process, based on the fact that you guys keep talking about, well, we'll issue permits and stuff. Who the hell wants to dredge in downtown Fresno or out in the desert? You can't dredge. You have literally 100,000 people in the state that have mining claims that are valuable mineral deposits, that they filed a federal mining claim, and they own the mineral rights too, that are underwater. And you guys, by doing this permitting scheme here, are basically rendering those mining claims worthless. So for people like us that have 40 plus mining claims, the GPAA probably has 100 in the state. Those claims are now going to become worthless because you can't dredge them. When I can say factually that 95% of the mining claims that I'm talking about, just these 140, have no mercury on them whatsoever. So in my opinion, that's a takings, and it's something that is devaluing this mineral estate down to zero. So with that being said, I'll just close with this. I encourage the miners on the call to submit comments and be heard today if it's something that I haven't covered. But from American Mining Rights Association, from my personal standpoint, and speaking on behalf of the thousands of miners that we represent, we vehemently oppose this proposal based on the map itself and the prohibition that you guys have created on all of the actual mining claims in the state. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time and for your thoughtful comments today. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Your comments were really appreciated. So next up, our second commenter is Jim Rankin. So Jim Rankin is the president for the French Gulch Mining District, the legislation chair for the Shasta Miners and Prospectors Association, and a board member for the East Fork Clear Creek Mining District. So Jim, you should now have the ability to unmute yourself and to turn on your camera. So if you want to go ahead and test that out. Jim, are you able to hear us?
I do understand that Mr. Rankin was in a place that would have limited signal today, and he might have had a problem connecting. So maybe what we can do is check back from time to time with him, and I will also try to communicate with him by email.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that works. Thanks for reaching out to Jim. We'll go ahead and move on to our third commenter. All right, so our third commenter is Emily Rankin. Emily Rankin is the secretary for the Shasta Miners and Prospectors Association. I do not see Emily in the Zoom. I'll go ahead and read Emily's question and we'll have staff answer. And then if Emily joins us, she can re-ask her question. So the question submitted is, for small scale miners, the proposed fee of $2,500 and all of the required paperwork puts the permit out of reach for most small scale miners. Can this be adjusted by scope? Because small scale miners only move a couple of cubic feet of material a day.
Yes, thank you, Emily. This is Diana responding. We do understand that this fee is an issue. And so our permit fees come off of a state code, and that's where the permit fee schedule is. Every year, our state water board has the opportunity to adjust those fee schedules. And so as this is a brand new permit, if we get the comments and as we consider the comments, if as staff and board, we consider that we may need to have a permit specific fee schedule, which does take into account this smaller scale mining operations or activities. That is one option we can consider. I do ask that you please add that to your written comments or during the public hearing so that we can get that in the record and officially consider that. At this time, we are bound to the current fee schedule, and the $2,500 fee schedule, although it seems large, we picked the very lowest that we have available to pick from.
And this is Phil Crater. If I can add to that, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I keep asking and I just don't want to be talking to the screen. Our fee schedule that we currently have specifies a number of different categories of activities, and they apply to a permit. Because this permit doesn't have its own specific fee schedule, we have to use the default variety of options out there, and that's why we selected the option that we did, which has the roughly $2,500 fee associated with it. However, if the board, or once the board adopts a permit, if the board wants to adopt a discharge or permit specific fee, as Diana mentioned, there is a whole separate public process that we do every year where we invite stakeholders to comment on activities and what the appropriate fee is. And you would certainly be able to participate in that. And this is something that's been, like Diana said, has been on staff's radar as an issue. It just wouldn't be appropriate or even possible for us to identify a specific lower fee at this point in time, because we have to go through that fee process to do that. And also, I think one other point, and I don't know, Renan, if you covered this, and if you did, I apologize. However, the fee that we're proposing would be a one-time fee through the life of the permit. So instead of being an annual fee, it would be a fee that would be applied once when you apply for the permit. And we did that in order to try and recognize that as this permitting is supposed to work, there's a second permit that you would require from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And our understanding is that that historically has been done through lottery, and not everybody gets one. So we were trying to avoid a situation where you might pay a fee every year and not get a Department of Fish and Wildlife permit every year to conduct the activity. So the way we proposed it for now is an upfront fee that will be good for the life of the permit.
Right, and the life of the permit is 5 years, so technically it's a fee for 5 years.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for responding to Emily's question. So next we're going to go ahead and see if Jim Rankin is available. Jim, can you go ahead and test your audio?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, awesome.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. It's a little sketchy here. I'm on a public Wi-Fi outside a church in Cedarville. So anyway, if I could, my first question is, this draft permit only addresses traditional in-stream suction dredging. SB 637 redefined dredging to include all motorized or mechanized mining. I feel these other forms of mining deserve to be addressed since this bill specifically included them. Without this, they will be effectively banned since they require a water board permit, yet the draft does not give a path other than mining methods to obtain a permit. The water board may issue a waiver or letter stating that no such permit is required. Is this being considered for these other mining methods? Or have you considered following the example of the Bureau of Land Management, an agency that has a long history of managing mining operations on public lands? Under 43 CFR 3809.5, they define these operations as casual use activity and do not require a permit. you know, we've actually seen the situation where people have been cited for mining without a dredging permit using a dry washer where there's no water within miles of them. And yet, because of the language in 637, they're required to have a dredging permit. And I feel that we need to find some way to address some of these other mining methods so they're not basically prohibited.
Yes. Ryan, will you go ahead and respond to the legal portions of Jim's questions, please?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So I want to start off by saying, Jim, you're right. This permit only addresses traditional traditional in-stream suction dredge mining. To the extent that there are other forms of mining that may be appropriate to address through this package, we definitely welcome comments on that. You're right, SB 637 really broadly defines the forms of mining that it covers. What the State Water Board did here is, or what the State Water Board staff is proposing that the board does here is, because there's such a wide variety of mining activities, crafting a statewide permit that addresses all of them is extremely difficult because, as you've said, there's such a, as you pointed out, there's such a big variety that it's extremely difficult or impossible for one permit to address all of them. So what, after this, future permitting actions, this, you know, if this gets adopted, this will be the state board action. Future permitting actions for mining addressed by SB 637 will be left to the regional boards. So you'd want to be in touch with your local regional board to determine, you know, whether you can get what kind of permit you need for a specific activity, whether you can get a letter that no permits required, like SB 637 says. And I believe, let's see. And, you know, if there's any location specific considerations that would make a individual permit or even a regional permit as opposed to a statewide permit appropriate for whatever activity we're talking about. But so this is not necessarily the one action that's going to address SB 637's requirements. This is the State Water Board trying to address what I think is the activity that we got the most requests for action on.
Right. And also with that, this is Diana. Jim, thank you for tying into this meeting. And also thank you in the past for meeting with us in person when we could do that. And we do recall that you were explaining to us other types of in-water mining, such as the mechanized gold panning and so forth. We would like a little bit more information on that through your public comments, please, on other in-water mining techniques that we can consider including in the scope of this permit. Like Ryan had stated, a statewide general order such as this one, it regulates a blanket category, and we can only regulate on a statewide basis the categories that is appropriate to regulate with one big blanket permit. Otherwise, these other types of minings, which are outside the water, on the bank, far away from the bank, you know, different type of logistics and conditions, those we believe would be best for a regional water board to address with their staff. And so per Senate Bill 637, that bill does provide different regulatory options. And so in working with a regional board for site-specific or activity-specific mining that is not within this scope, they can then look into maybe they would write a waiver, maybe they would do an individual permit, maybe in their own area, they would consider doing a regional general order. And they will look at the options there too. On a statewide basis, we see that's the statewide NPDES permit that was our best way of capturing as much of this suction dredging activity as we could with one permit.
If I might, though, according to the language of 637 that you're working under, there is no differentiation. They're all a dredge, and I believe they all need to be appropriately addressed. You know, the legislation doesn't say that they're separate activities. They are, according to the language of the law, a dredge. And
Jim, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I feel they need to be addressed. There is one important designation difference, though, that I think might be beneficial to understand is the true in-stream suction dredge that you're addressing in your draft permit right now is a method that mechanically excavates and self-feeds the equipment. All of the other methods are manually done. If there's mechanical excavation or mechanical feeding involved, they require other permits through the other agencies. And that is a big differentiation, which limits the scope of them. You can only do so much with a shovel versus a mechanical device that suctions up material and self-feeds. But to kick it down to the regional boards, I don't know that they have any differentiation either. According to 637, all of these things are a dredge.
Jim, this is Phil Crater. And first of all, thanks for your participation today and so far in this proceeding. You've given us a lot of valuable input. This issue that you're addressing right now, I do want to, I guess, clarify that nothing is being kicked to the regions just yet. What happens when an NPDES permit is considered by the board is, in adopting it, the board can give us direction at that time to either modify the permit to include different activities in the permit, or they can actually give us direction to follow up and conduct additional permitting activities at the state board, or to work with the regional boards to conduct permitting activities. So I wouldn't say the door is closed on any activity besides what we're referring to as of like a classical suction dredge mining activity here. But we wanted to try and be responsive to the demand for a permit. And I know it hasn't been fast, so I'm not even going to use those words, but we wanted to do something as soon as we were able to. And this permit really is the first thing that we are able to do that also addresses a broad scope or a broad sector of the demand for the permits. And so our understanding from conversations so far is that while there are an awful lot of activities, suction dredge mining that we think of, the classic kind, is the one that at least was done most frequently in the past, or the most widespread. And so getting a permit out that addresses suction dredge mining was important. And this particular permit, being an NPDES permit, also offers us some administrative streamlining that other permits don't offer us. And so if we wanted to roll some of those other types of activities into this, it would actually protract the process. And we're trying to avoid that. We want to get something over the finish line so that people can avail themselves of that and conduct the activity.
Okay, thank you. Do I have time to continue on any longer?
Please go ahead. Please continue.
Yes, I did have a second category. This draft order prohibits the issuance of permits or dredge discharges in several broad categories, including the watersheds with historic gold mines. The result of this is a permit process that does not allow dredge mining in any of the areas that contain gold in economically recoverable quantities. This, in effect, becomes a moratorium on dredge mining. Will you consider revising the application prohibitions to be more narrowly defined and not assuming that the worst case for all of these broad categories and waters?
So I think any version of the prohibitions is all up for consideration right now. This is something that will be presented to the board, and they're going to hear your comments, and we will look to the board for direction as to where this proposed permit is supposed to go. But those certainly could be revised.
Okay. There are a few dredging studies cited in your draft release as evidence of dredge releasing methylated mercury or other metals into streams. There are many other credible studies that show dredging as a de minimis activity. Why were none of these more favorable studies cited in this release, and were they considered, or did the negative studies receive preference?
So I'm going to defer to Renan for a specific answer on this, but I do want to say that we have considered a wide body of literature related to suction dredge mining and impacts the activity. And we did look for anything that we could support in our staff report. And so with that, I'm going to hand that off to Renan.
That's right, Phil. We did look at various studies. Our environmental scientists looked at them, reviewed them, and we came to the conclusion that to be protective under this permit, we had to establish those prohibitions. And for now, but that's just a proposed approach right now.
And Jim and Adriana, I know that we're probably getting close on time, but I just want to add this really quick. Jim, in response to both this question and your previous question about whether or not the prohibited areas are up for consideration, we do have an obligation under federal law, and that's this permit is meeting the requirements of both federal and state law. We have requirements under both sections of the law in order to ensure that the discharge doesn't impact water quality or impair the beneficial uses of the water. So if we change the way the prohibitions are structured, it can't just be done where we remove them. We need to look at what types of conditions, best management practices, or other things could be substituted for the prohibition to ensure that an activity that occurs in that place will still be protective of water quality. So it's not something that's simple, and I don't mean to leave you with that impression, but I don't want to give you the impression that we're closed to discussing the idea. The board wants to hear input on the issue. Thank you.
And just to give a perspective, any other discharger will be required to still be allowed to discharge on an impaired water body, but they will be required to treat it to levels below impairment, below the actual water quality objective that the impairment was devised on. So that's the rationale. So any suction dredge mining that can provide treatment could conceivably be allowed to discharge, but that's not the case right now. We know that the equipment cannot treat, and there's nothing currently that could provide that type of treatment that will allow for something to be removed to levels that are not adding to the impairment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim. So now we'd like to circle back to 2 additional questions from Emily Rankin. So as a reminder, Emily Rankin is the secretary for the Shasta Miners Prospectors Association. And Emily's second question is, can you provide an exemption for all of the processes that aren't true suction dredging that aren't addressed in this permit package? By not addressing them, you are not providing a means for miners to use them. I'll go ahead and pause there, hear response from State Water Board, and then we'll follow up with Emily's third question.
Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
I think the question is, can you provide an exemption for all of the processes that aren't true suction dredging that aren't addressed in this permit package?
So I think that we've addressed most of that question with Mr. Rankin's prior question, which had to do with authorizing non-classic suction dredge mining activities and what we would do. And that would involve either expanding the statewide general order or coming up with other statewide or regional orders to do that. Diana, it looked like you might have had something specific that you also wanted to add, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and that's just the wording. The Water Board cannot necessarily exempt. What would be necessary would be examination and a letter from a regional board stating that specific type of activity we do not see would cause any potential impact to a beneficial use of a water body.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then Emily's last question and comment is the following. Can you please review your closed areas? You have left us no water that has gold in it for small scale miners to mine.
I think
Go
ahead, Diana.
Oh, I was just saying, Renan, would you like to take this?
Okay, so I think we have proposed the prohibited areas based on the studies that we have available now. Any changes to that would probably require more site-specific data. And again, we kind of responded that that's could be problematic for miners because they will be required to analyze the site-specific location where they plan to mine, address what the water characterization is of their mine area, and see if that has any water quality impacts. So, and same thing with the gold mine, the historic gold mining. We would need we made the conclusion that historic gold mining has an impact on mercury levels, and we will need, again, site-specific information to demonstrate that those areas next to historic gold mines no longer have mercury. So the only way to assess that would be to have site-specific monitoring and analysis. And again, we don't have that. So until we can provide additional information, this is the best approach we can come up with.
It sounds like I've got a turn here. I want to say that I appreciate the frustration and the situation that you may feel this puts you in. Without additional information, we don't know today a better approach to do this, but we're certainly open to hearing one. And if Mr. Rankin or Mr. Poe or any of the other mining group leaders want to meet or work with us afterwards, maybe to come up with some type of a study or approach to doing that, and especially if it's a conversation that we could have before the board, here's the item, then that's something that we could report to the board that we're looking to working with the mining groups. We're always open to doing that. And we just need information to base an approval on, because we don't have that information right now. And we do, like I referred to earlier, we have requirements under federal and state law that we absolutely have to meet. We cannot exempt, we don't have any opportunity to exempt a discharge to a water of the United States under the Clean Water Act. So this is a permit that we have to issue, but we don't have to do it exactly how we've done it. We just need you to help us come up with a better way to do it if there is one.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, that sounds like an awesome suggestion, Phil. So I hope that this group will follow up with all the folks who are asking these great questions. So thank you so much, Emily Rankin, for those 3 questions that you asked. We're now moving on to our 4th commenter, Stephen. And please forgive me, Stephen, if I'm not saying your name correctly. Stephen Jezdeweski, who is representing himself. Stephen has submitted 4 individual questions and a comment to sort of frame the question. So I'm going to read Stephen's comment, and then I'm going to read the first question, pause, and allow State Water Board to respond. So Stephen's first comment. As I understand the proposed regulations, a small miner like me using 4-inch or 6-inch dredge would have to pay $1,949 application fee, and then a $260 permit fee. The $1,949 application fee is the same as a large company, such as the Thai Church or the Vulcan Materials, would have to pay for sand mining permit. While insignificant for a large company, an application fee of $1,949 is a burden for a small miner. So the first question, is the application fee and the permit fee charged per dredge, or if more than one person was working on the dredge, would each person have to pay a separate application fee and a permit fee?
Before anybody responds, I want to take the first question about the $1,949 figure. This is Phil Crater, for those of you who can't see, sorry. That figure comes from the Water Board's fee schedule for dredge and fill, which is a separate program that we have. It doesn't relate to suction dredge. It just unfortunately has the same word in the title, and it's been causing some confusion. However, as referred to earlier, it's actually about a $2,500 fee that would apply once every 5 years to these projects. And in terms of how it would apply to multiple people operating a dredge or multiple dredges, Renan, please, can you clarify on that?
Right. The coverage is issued to the owner of the equipment. So he could have as many people as long as there's only one equipment being permitted or operated at one time.
Diana,
Yes, I want to add just a little bit more, because a lot of this can be confusing. So when permit coverage is issued to the applicants, the person that applied. So it's that person that actually holds the regulatory coverage. So if there's other people with you, as you're a permittee, there's other people with you there, as long as, exactly like Renan said, is that it's equipment you own or that you're responsible for over as the permittee.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. Stephen's second question is, would I get my application fee back if the permit is not issued?
I will take that question. Hello, this is Afruz. The application fee is for, if you withdraw your application, yes, we can refund the application fee. But if staff reviews the application and the application is denied, unfortunately, we cannot issue a refund. That answers this question.
Thank you, Afruz. So maybe the next question is also for you. Can the application be reduced for small miners, such as myself, who operate 4 or 6-inch dredge?
As previous speakers mentioned, this is a good opportunity for you to bring it up in front of the board or in our June 17 board hearing, or provide a written comment during the public comment period so we can consider this fee reduction.
Diana, can you clarify though, what's the nozzle size restriction in the current draft?
I'm giving that to Renan.
Yeah, we didn't really provide a restriction. We basically letting DFW, because DFW has established regulations that vary on the size of the nozzle. But the most abundant one that they approved in the past, or according to the regulations, is the 4-inch, and they have very specific conditions to go higher than that. But we left it to the DFW regulations.
So in other words, if somebody's nozzle size is able to comply with DFW regulations, then it would work under our permitting.
Correct.
But to the second part of that question that we didn't answer, it's what we discussed earlier. We're interested in hearing about proposals to authorize activities that you feel are less impactful or smaller scale. And so we're open to those conversations. We just need some more information.
Okay.
And it would likely be part of a subsequent effort, but that's, you know, to be decided by the board.
And when they provide that information, make sure they provide a clear description of what material they're processing, whether it's from the water body or from outside the water body, and whether they're discharging into the water body. We need to have those specifics to decide how we will write the draft conditions.
All right, and then Stephen's last question is related to the permit date of issue. So will the permit be valid for an entire calendar year or for the 12-month period from the date of issue?
This permit will actually be valid for 5 years from the date of issuance. And that one-time permit fee covers the applicant for 5 years.
So really the answer that's relevant to the permittee is that if they want to utilize coverage under the permit, they file a notice of intent with the state water board or the regional board to comply with the permit. And that notice of intent is like it's like their application. And once they file a notice of intent, provided they qualify for coverage, they will receive a notice of applicability. And that notice of applicability will be good until the permit itself expires. And the permit has a 5-year lifespan.
Okay, and then maybe just to clarify, because I'm new to this too, but it sounds like their question might be, is the permit based on a calendar year or for 12 months? So once they apply, it's 12 months of 5 years. Is that correct?
Maybe I can try to clarify that. So your coverage under a water board permit, an NPDES permit as we're proposing, is valid for 5 years. Now, we understand that this is not in sync with the Department of Fish and Wildlife permits, that when you pull a permit from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, that permit is for a shorter period. What we're proposing right now with this permit process is once you get approved under this permit, you have that coverage for 5 years. That's it. You don't have to come back to us every 12 months, every calendar year, and so forth.
Hi, can I make one little note on that?
Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify, the permit itself, once it's issued, is valid for 5 years. Your coverage, once you are covered under the permit, it lasts as long as the permit is valid. But for example, if you don't get coverage for 3 years, say 3 years pass after adoption and then you get coverage, permit coverage is only available for 2 more years. So it doesn't cover you for 5 years in all cases. The overarching permit's valid for 5 years. After 5 years, the permit expires and coverage may not be available after that point.
And that's a good point. What Ryan is referring to, that for an NPDES permit, the state board is required to renew that permit or reissue it every 5 years. And so there's like a 5-year permit term for the water board in order to update the permit every 5 years. So that's correct. If an applicant gets coverage under the permit right away, as soon as we adopt it or soon after, you have those several years. If you do apply for the permit, get coverage, let's say in year 3, it would probably only be valid for another 2 years or until our state water board reissues an updated permit.
Okay, thanks folks for clarifying that. And to wrap up, Stephen also provided a comment. So I'm going to go ahead and read Stephen's comment directly. His comment is the following. Your map showing proposed areas where suction dredge mining is prohibited includes all areas where there is historic gold mining. If it is the intent not to allow dredge mining in areas where there is gold, this whole process is a huge waste of taxpayer money. Gold does not occur everywhere in the state, but only in small areas where the bedrock contains naturally occurring gold vein deposits, which then result in placer gold deposits. The old-time miners were very good at finding these areas. If we cannot dredge in areas where the gold is present, this whole process is moot, as no one will seek out and obtain a permit to dredge in areas where there is no gold. The areas shown on map G2 where dredging is allowed are areas where there is no gold. So it is a waste of time to develop a permit system for suction dredge mining for gold in areas where there is no gold and no interest in suction dredging.
Thank you for the comment. We
Great.
hear you.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen, for your comments. We really appreciate that, and for your thoughtful questions as well. Next up, we have Robert Guardiola. Robert is representing mining districts and the Delta Gold Diggers. Robert, I'm going to go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can let us know if you are able to speak. You should get a request to turn on your video. All right, Robert, we see you. Can you go ahead and test your audio? Robert, can you hear us all right?
It doesn't seem like he hears you, Adriana. Or he's on mute.
Robert, you're going to want to go ahead and hover over the bottom of your screen, and you should have start audio. Robert, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to follow up with you. We're going to take the next comment. We're going to follow up with you online to see if we can troubleshoot with you, and then we'll circle back.
And we will, if we move past anybody today for technical issues like this, as Adriana said, we'll make sure we circle back with everybody. You're not losing your opportunity to comment today or question.
Mm-hmm. Great. So we should be, Robert, we should be reaching out to you via email for Zoom troubleshooting. Okay, awesome. All right, so the next question that we've got is from Brian Wells. Brian Wells represents himself, and he's asked us to read his question for him. Here is his question. Have there been any peer-reviewed and published studies that show correlation or causation between methylized mercury in rivers and streams liberated by suction dredges and/or natural processes and the bioaccumulation of mercury in upper trophic levels of animals or in humans in the California mother lode or other California geographic regions? If not, why not? And if so, will you please publish them on your website for public scrutiny and let us know when they are published? Thank you.
Very good. Renan, since you're our staff that is most familiar with the studies, can you answer that?
I'm gonna give it a try. I'm assuming when he says liberated, that is the same as causing methylation. I just wanted to refer him to the permit where we indicated that there is already methylation taking place in the in the sediments of various rivers. And so it is happening already. There is methylation taking place. So I'm not sure if he's also referring to the actual activity causing further methylation. And what I would respond is that the activity would actually, I think, would further cause methylation because it will be releasing the methylation that's already trapped in the sediment, which then will cause further bioaccumulation downstream.
So Renan,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, have we posted the suite of studies that we used on the suction dredge mining frequently asked questions or on the webpage for the program?
I don't believe we don't have that posted. We could definitely do that.
I'm going to go ahead and answer that. Thank you for your comment. What we can do is we can provide a link on our website for any requests of these studies. And then we can email you the study. At this time, I'm not sure if we can post it on our website because those studies are not accessible per our current website requirements. But we are happy to figure out a way to share the studies for anyone who does request them.
Thanks, you too. And then just to clarify for everybody listening in, Diana is just referring, the state water boards have a policy where everything we post online has to be ADA compliant, accessible for folks with disabilities. So because we are not the owners of these reports, it may be difficult to upload. So it sounds like, Brian, these studies are available. If you want to email us, we can share those with you.
Renan, do we also have citations, even though not the actual studies, but citations listing publication title, year of publication, and authors for the studies that we've relied upon?
Yeah,
so
we
that there's a bibliography.
We do have included that in the permit, yes, but not all the studies, just the ones that we're addressing and including in the prohibitions or the rest of the permit. But additional studies we don't necessarily refer to.
So for those of you listening, any studies that we've relied upon in developing the draft permit, there's a bibliography listing those, or a list of references listing those that's already available. Anything on that list, we'd be happy to provide you if you contact us by email.
Great, thank you all. And thank you, Brian, for your comments. We're gonna go ahead and circle back with Robert Guardiola. Robert, can you go ahead and test your audio and see if we're connected?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, awesome. And then just as a recap for everybody listening in, Robert represents mining districts and the Delta Gold Diggers. Go ahead and take it away, Robert.
Okay, I just have a few questions. Do you consider this a recreational permit or professional permit?
So our NPDES permit process, and thanks for the question, this is one that we actually get a lot. Our permit doesn't distinguish between recreational or professional activities. Our permit is based on the type of discharge that occurs. So I think I understand that there are other mining permits that do make that distinction, or federal permits that make that distinction. This just isn't one of those permits.
Okay. And do you consider this an equipment permit, a takings permit, a mineral permit, or just a plain discharge permit?
It's a discharge permit under National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is a federal permitting requirement.
Okay. And I'll just skip down here a little bit. Is this permit for state-owned property and waterways, or are you trying to permit federal and private property and waterways as well?
The permit applies to any water of the United States where there is a discharge, a suction dredge discharge that occurs. So it could be a number of different land types.
Okay. And would you be willing to allow areas that you closed to mining to open back up as equipment improves? and removes a higher percentage of concerns or perceived threats to the waterways?
I'm going to definitely let my colleagues jump in on this one too, but I do want to say it's a good question. And I think what we're trying to do here is to make sure that the discharge doesn't impact the beneficial uses of the water. So if there are changes to technology or other information that becomes available in the future that shows that the activity can occur without causing that issue, then we're certainly open to allowing the activity to occur there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right. And this is Diana. And so there's different aspects of this permit. And, you know, we do not look at the suction dredge, the actual equipment, as providing treatment to the water. So as you see what we proposed, what we're addressing is the actual disturbance that the activity itself takes. So I understand we have seen information in which, you know, we see numbers like there's 97% removal of mercury and there's 98% removal of mercury by the suction dredge activity. What we question though is how was the 100% measured? As we know that when there's disturbance in the waterbed, that there may be 97% removal of the mercury of what has been disturbed, but then even more may be exposed. It could get really complicated really quickly. But with that, when it comes to mercury, the concentrations of mercury that are deemed protective for our beneficial uses, our aquatic life and so forth, they're very low. And so we do see where, you know, there's citing of equipment removing a high percentage of mercury, yet we're still concerned about those trace metals that do remain. But with that, to answer your question, we're open to understanding the new equipment, the specifications, and the way they operate.
Okay. But it sounds like you're trying to put that impact report or environmental assessment on the miner, and that's not something you guys are willing to do.
Oh, please don't take that as that. This is a draft permit. This is our best effort to see what is needed to protect surface waters of the United States. And so we are not necessarily regulating your activity. Where we regulate is what needs to be done to protect the beneficial uses of that surface water body. So, so with that, if there's other information or studies, we're definitely open to it. And once again, this is our draft, and it's nothing set in stone. We're open to looking at more information.
Okay. Now, since we're talking about the metals or the 126 different pollutants, do we know if those pollutants have increased or decreased in the waterways since the moratorium on mining has been put in place?
Mm-hmm. Renan, I'm going to let you answer this since you've worked with the data.
Well, I could answer that by basically saying that the water bodies that keep getting listed keep getting larger. So obviously there has the additional impairment has occurred throughout the different water bodies. So, and we know that since 2009, this activity has not been conducted. So you can kind of indicate that maybe there's still an increment, and who's to say that those levels have increased due to the activity prior to 2009. So there's no specific study that has linked the activity directly to an increase of the concentrations other than those that I referenced earlier in the permit.
Robert, if I may,
so
I'm sorry, do you want to go ahead, Robert?
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a couple of points. One thing to consider is that in typical water board permitting, the onus is on the permit applicant or the discharger to furnish information to the water board to demonstrate that the activity can occur without causing pollution. And the water boards will take that information and then say whether it can be allowed, and if so, what conditions need to be required. Because of the reasons we discussed earlier, the remoteness of the activity, how difficult it is to sample for mercury and other metals, we've taken that and shifted the analysis to a water board analysis up front. And I understand it's not one that a lot of people are comfortable with because it tends to be conservative, but we haven't come up with a better way to do it. And we're open to hearing about that. With that said, your question about the levels, I think you were asking about concentrations within a specific water body and whether or not within a water body concentrations have continued to increase. And I don't have an answer for that question for you right now. But one thing that I do want to pose to everybody who's listening is that we have maps throughout California that display graphically water quality data that we've collected over the years, and where we have water quality that's not meeting beneficial uses in a reach of stream, that water body is identified and it's added to a federal list of impaired water bodies that we were required by federal law to update. And that's one of the bases of prohibition here, is if a water body is on that list of impaired water bodies, then we are proposing to prohibit suction dredge mining in that water body. And what you'll see with those lists is that in the next few years, there are actually going to be a number of water bodies added to those lists because there is a lot more data that's becoming available year to year now. And we're actually almost a decade behind in assessing water bodies and then making decisions on those water bodies about whether or not to list. And we're getting caught up now actually pretty quickly, but we've had a historic backlog working with those water bodies. And so in the next few years, there's going to be a number of reports that come out that detail whether or not beneficial uses are being met. And you're going to see some increase on those maps for water bodies that are impaired. And that's not because of necessarily recent activity that's going on. That's an artifact of us being behind assessing all this data that's already out there.
So basically, we're making a decision on an activity that we don't really have data on.
So the data that we do have for the activity are some of the reports that were non-cited that suggest a correlation between suction dredge mining activity and resuspension of metals and suspension of sediment from the bed of the streams. That's kind of the basis for the approach that we're taking.
Okay. I guess that would cover my next question, but it seems to me that you're getting back to my previous question, requiring and putting the onus on the miner to prove that it's a safe activity in that area versus an unsafe activity, and bring that information to you.
So we're trying to strike a balance, and where we have water quality data that shows that there isn't mercury detected, or that mercury is detected, but it's below the toxic threshold, we're proposing to allow the activity in those areas. So in that case, there is no onus on the miner to conduct the activity. Those areas would be open once this permit was adopted. However, where we have information that shows that it's exceeding those thresholds or the water body has already been impaired, in that case, we would look to dischargers to show us that we've got new information available that would suggest a different outcome. And we're willing, because of the type of activity this is, in many cases, the water boards has been willing to work with organizations to try and help them conduct studies or put information together to make it easier on individuals to provide us that information. But that's a conversation that needs to happen.
Renan, will you add a little bit more information about the data that we've used from our public databases? The CDN?
Right. We actually use the integrated report, which is the data that comes from CDEN. It's a California Environmental Network. So it's all the data that has been collected throughout water quality data throughout the state. And the regional boards, as well as the water boards, review that information and basically ensure that it's quality assured and make it part of the integrated reports. So there's data for metals as well as for fish tissue exceedances.
But it's true that those are only in certain waterways and not all of the waterways.
It's in all the waterways for which we have identified to be prohibited, because those levels are above the thresholds.
Even in the creeks and streams where there are no fish?
I can answer that. For a surface water body that is a water of the United States, there are the uses that those water bodies are fishable and swimmable, and that we have to protect aquatic life and the other beneficial uses. And so we do not go out and look to see if there's fish in the streams. That is a federal water of the US in which the water boards are responsible for protecting the aquatic life beneficial uses.
I guess my question was that, and I think you've answered it prior, that you haven't tested all of the bodies of water, just in certain areas, and you're assuming that all of the bodies of water that you've included in that map are rating higher or at least the same as those you've tested. Do I have that straight?
Robert, you're correct that we have not tested all the waters in the state of California, and I don't know that we ever will. I mean, there are so many waters in the state of California. With the resources we have, we try and do targeted strategic monitoring to do assessment in areas that will give us more of a regional picture, and then we're relying on information that we're getting from others. And then we have to look at all the information and assess the information, and that's what's reflected in the maps that you're looking at. But no, we have not checked every water body, and so where we are extrapolating from what we know, we're trying to make those assumptions clear in the permit, and those are all subject of discussion throughout this public comment process.
Okay. If it's your determination that all the areas within are affected, areas within your permitting scheme are affected, and California are affected by your permit, and a good percentage of the claim ownership is within those areas you deem off limits to serious miners, especially those who have invested in property, improved the property as relates to the mining activities and property was intended for, how will you compensate those miners and property owners for the loss of property value and loss of the time and work to improve those real properties, as well as the loss of mineral takings that cannot be removed without the equipment that you prevented the miner from using?
So it's a good question, and I'm certainly going to look to our legal counsel to add to what I'm saying. But one thing to keep in mind is the activity is currently prohibited. So what we're doing in here is, in some cases, allowing an activity where right now it is not allowed to occur, and in other areas it will keep the status quo. But in the NPDES permitting construct that we're working under, we comply with federal regulations for developing an NPDES permit, as well as state regulations for our public process that we're going through. And there is no mechanism for reimbursement of landowners for what you're referring to as takings.
Well, let me put that in a little more perspective. I have claims that date prior to 2009 when dredging became prohibited. Again, thousands of dollars, hundreds of acres, that under the federal mining rights have water rights. And those have effectively been taken away from me and my other miners. So it was permitted in the past, and I was able to do it in the past. So I understand where you're coming from. But now, since 2009, those property values have gone down. I've lost years of work, years of sweat, labor, money putting into those claims. And now you've essentially eliminated my water rights and my takings off those properties, just like fallowing a farm. When you take water rights and the ability for a farmer to earn money on his real property, because that's what we're talking about, his real property, I think we need to figure out how we're going to compensate those real property owners for taking away their livelihoods, their values as associated with that property.
Thank you. That's a fair question. I don't have an answer for you in the construct that we work in, but I appreciate that must be very frustrating.
Okay.
I want to ask if Ryan has anything for that question. Anything?
Yeah, sorry. I don't think I have too much to add to what Phil Crater said. As he pointed out, we're dealing with a situation where the legislature banned the activity in 2009, passed the moratorium in 2009, and effective in 2016, created this structure where the water boards can start, a permitting process for it. And, under that construct, we are taking the first steps in terms of actually permitting this activity. The status quo is a prohibition that the legislature put in place.
Do you believe that the miners have any rights under the federal mining law in this situation? Have you examined that?
I can take that. I mean, our perspective and what we think is consistent with federal law, the federal mining law, the Clean Water Act, is that the federal mining law, generally the mining law of 1872, creates a structure for the allocation of these property rights that you hold in your claims, but that those property rights are subject, as most or all property rights are, to, as recognized by the Supreme Court, to environmental regulation. Which
and
is
what about
I'm sorry.
What about the water rights under those same acts?
That's what I'm referring to. The property rights, the water rights, the claims, to the extent that they're all intermingled, are subject to water quality or environmental laws generally, including water quality laws, including, as here, the Federal Clean Water Act. We're looking at states like Oregon, Idaho, that have issued US EPA approved NPDES permits for this activity. That's sort of our understanding of the construct we're working under here. And, from our perspective, the environmental regulation, while it, in some cases, the moratorium, the status quo, restricts the activities that can be performed on your claim. It doesn't affect your ownership of the claim, and it doesn't affect your ability to use the claim for things that are either permitted by us or are non-mechanical, non-mechanized.
Actually, it does. That's a matter for another time. But basically, we've gotten these claims and put the work into them to be able to take the minerals. You can't, with what you guys are requiring with this permit, and what we're required to do with property taxes and filings with the BLM and such, what you're suggesting won't even cover the basic maintenance fees for those properties. So when you say we have the right to them, actually under the mining rights, if we can't make a living or make those properties payable, no, we can't hold those properties. So I think you need to re-examine that and what it's required to hold a claim, especially here in California, what it costs, and can we actually now make a living on that claim and make it pay for itself as required by the mining law. And so I really guide you guys to look at that, because what you're doing is effectively taking our ability to hold claims. So with that said, I'll move past that. Since you guys are changing the property use of the real property owners and ownership, I'm curious, and this has never been done, why have we not legally notified the legal property owners, hence mining claims and private property owners that are mining on it? Why haven't we legally contacted and notified these property owners that their rights will be changing under these new laws?
So at the Water Board, we have a number of procedural requirements that we routinely comply with when we go through different rulemaking or permit development exercises. That's not one that we are aware of a need to undertake in this particular activity that we're doing right now. But this is a public process, and if you feel that we've missed a step somewhere, this is, the June 17th hearing is the time to raise that. That said, Ryan, you may have a more definitive answer about the specific question with notification of property holders.
Not really. I mean, what the action that is, being considered here is an NPDES permit, and where we've followed the NPDES notification requirements under federal law. And we've made an effort to reach out to people, to groups that we've talked to that we think may be interested as much as possible.
Have we actually sent notification to all of the previous dredge permit holders?
I know that through this process, we've used a number of the board's regular notification processes, as well as reaching out to a list, an email list where we ask people to subscribe to the list for an interest in suction dredge mining. I don't know, and Renan he was leaning forward, so he may have a specific answer about whether or not we used a database of permit holders from the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I think it's the same list. I believe the list includes stakeholders from the previous workshops that were done when the bill became effective. And just so you have an idea, we based on the summary of the number of emails that I went to, there's about 1,300 interested parties that are signed up for that under that liars list. So most likely it included all those that were interested in previous suction dredge miners.
Well, I think it was pointed out earlier that a lot of the miners don't have access to social media, maybe by choice, maybe by location. A lot of them don't use computers and things like that. So a lot of them, and I know this personally because I talked to a lot of them, have been left out of this process. This simple process that we're taking for granted right here in a Zoom meeting, a lot of my claim holders that I personally deal with, a lot of personal members in the organizations that I'm involved with, don't have access to this. So it's a very limited process that we're undertaking here. And even for the trip to Sacramento when we've gone, or Fresno, or I understand you tried to bring those into more regional locations where people could travel to. But even that, when you take away a miner's ability to mine and earn a living, becomes an impossible task because they simply don't have the money to travel. So I think we need to take that into concern and actually reach out to the actual claim holders, which there are many more than 1,300 in the state of California, and the permit holders that used to hold a permit prior to 2009, which should be readily available to you, and actually send a mailed letter, some sort of formal notification to these people other than an email or a broadcast through a social media network or your own email boards to be able to reach those people. I think we're really limiting our scope of the people that you're affecting with these processes.
We will reach out to our partners at Department of Fish and Wildlife and see if they would share that list with us. I don't think that we have that list. That's their list, but we can reach out and see if we can get it and try to look at the possibility of doing a mail out or some other way to reach out to people.
Right, and this is Diana. Thank you for bringing that up. I believe we can also work with the associations, and if the associations have a directory and mailing addresses, we'd be happy to take that in. I think we're hearing you and several other folks loud and clear that the electronic transmittal of information is not reaching out to all the interested parties.
Yes. Well, and it's affecting thousands. I mean, you've got 20, 30,000 people here in California that mine, and you just admitted to maybe 1,300 people that you have on this process. So I think we're really failing in that regard and failing to understand what this means financially, not only to this community, but other communities that rely on the miners. And I know there's been studies out there of what it's cost economically to these small areas where you guys are basically taking off the map now, of the grocery stores and the gas stations and the restaurants and the things like that, that we basically eliminated probably billions of dollars out of our economy. And this map continues to do so. I would say at this point that none of the associations that I'm affiliated with would sign off on this process as a current process. I think it's too limited in scope. I think it's too restrictive in area, and it definitely is an economic strain and takings of people's real property. And we've already seen a great number of our community lose their properties because they can't work them, lose their properties because they can't financially afford them. And it's caused family strain, it's caused financial strain, and it's caused mental strain. And I think we need to really start assessing that and looking at that. And I think the other thing that I'd like to, before I leave you is this, and I don't think it's been done. You guys keep talking about this discharge and the 126 metals or pollutants that might come from this discharge, when in fact those were already in the system. I understand they may be resuspended, but how long are they suspended for? Do they make it 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet? Most of what we're talking about is heavy metals, and I would say that most of that is resuspended back into the soil and sinks before it ever gets off the property that the dredge is used on. So in that respect, I really don't see the problem here, and I really don't see the proof of a problem. I see a bunch of assumptions, and that's what everybody's looking at. You're just assuming a lot of things, and there really is no real science on what's happening. We're just assuming that because we have some mercury and the skins of fish and things like that, that it's coming from mining, or it's coming from our activities. In fact, I think that if we actually did a true study, maybe suspended these hearings and actually did a true study of a river that we know is a hazardous river, and we take maybe a mile of it and we put dredges every 100 feet or whatever you're proposing, and actually see what it stirs up and what it takes out, and actually record that. It hasn't been done to my knowledge. And as far as my knowledge goes, we have not actually done a thorough study on what these mechanical little equivalent of lawnmowers do out there. And I know our equipment is getting better all the time. We're using more efficient fuels. We're using more efficient equipment. And I think it's time that we got together with maybe you guys and put our equipment to use, which we have thousands of dollars worth just stored in our garages, and see what the actual outcome of these mechanical devices are before we start trying to regulate them without knowledge. And with that, I'll leave you.
Thank you, Robert. We really appreciate all your comments and questions. All right, so at this point, I want to just pause and just kind of reflect on where we are at this point of our meeting. We are approaching our 4 p.m. mark. We have a number of additional questions we'd like to get through. So just as a reminder, we will formally close the meeting following our next question, but State Water Board staff will continue on to answer additional questions. So we're going to take one last comment. We'll formally close the meeting. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene to continue on. So the next commenter that we have is by Jerry Clements. Jerry represents the American Mining Rights Association. And for this comment, I recommend staff to read the comment. And Jerry provided 2 questions. I'm going to be reading them together. The first part is a comment, and the second part is a question. So the comment in question is as follows. The Water Board in this proposed general NPDES permit considers the mobilization of heavy metals in the bed of a waterway by the suction dredge miner as an addition of a pollutant that otherwise is not or would not be present in the receiving water. The definition of discharge is found on page A1 of this proposed general permit is: discharge is a discharge from in-water suction dredge mining activities, including the immediate mobilization of pollutants bound to a water body bed into the water column from such suction dredge mining equipment. The Water Board's long-standing opinion and this definition support the finding that suction dredge mining adds heavy metals to the receiving water. Page F2, section 1.1.1 states, activity description: gold, mercury, and other high-density materials in a river or stream that are transported by high flows at reoccurrence intervals. These materials are transported with sediment and suspended load in the water body and settle in areas of the water body where larger boulders, cobbles, and gravels are prone to settle with decreasing water velocities. These materials can be subsequently buried by finer grained sediment during the lower flow events. The heaviest materials eventually settle at the bedrock interface below the boulders, cobble, gravel, sand, silt, and clay that make up the active bed of the water body. Here's Jerry's question. Please explain how the Water Board and this proposed general permit has the opinion that the pollutants in question are part of the undisturbed bed and the contradictory opinion that they are part of the naturally occurring suspended load in the water body. NPDES permit regulation requires an addition of a pollutant. This document acknowledges the pre-existence of pollutants in the water body. Much justification is required as to why an NPDES permit is required when there is no addition of a pollutant.
Mm-hmm. I can take that to start with, and then maybe Renan, if you have something further to add, please do. So yes, thank you, Jerry. In this permit, the way we are describing a discharge is when there is an addition of pollutants that into the water body. So yes, that's correct. As we see where the source of the trace metals are and the other pollutants, we are deeming that they are within the water body. But what we're deeming is that with this activity, there is the transfer of some of those pollutants from the bound bed of the water body into the water column. So it's that we see as the discharge. Now, when it comes to an NPDES permit, we examine if the activity and actually if the resulting discharge may cause or contribute to an exceedance of a water quality objective, or if the activity and or the resulting discharge could impact the beneficial uses. And so that's our definition of a discharge, and that is the analogy that we went through to deem that an NPDES permit would be the appropriate way to regulate these discharges. Renan, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I want to add, just to make sure this clear, I think most of the miners probably are interpreting that there is no net addition of the pollutant, in this case metals, but they fail to understand that what's happening is they're changing the chemistry of the water. Therefore, they're releasing pollutants that were sediment bound to be released into the water. And by doing that, they're actually adding toxicity. That is kind of the pollutant that we're really considering here. So just want to make sure they understand, you're right, they're not adding more than what was originally in the water body, but they're changing it to where they're adding toxicity. Hopefully that makes it clear for them. So there's where we kind of emphasize that the additional pollutants and why we need to protect, this activity. I mean, the effects of this activity.
And one more thing, if you do have additional information, please help us continue to think this through. But other concerns we have when it comes to impact of beneficial uses is disturbance of spawning areas, is sediment loading downstream, and just other forms of disturbances that we see can lead to an impact of the beneficial uses. But please, if you do have additional information, we do ask that you submit that with your comments.
Great, thanks folks. So Jerry's second question is the following. How is the Water Board addressing the mining equipment that is not included in this general permit? This permit will only apply to in-stream suction dredging mining. SB 637 required the Water Board to evaluate and permit or waiver all equipment that falls under SB 637 definition of suction dredge. Yet this permit clearly only covers actual suction dredges and not the myriad of other equipment that falls under fish and game and SB 637 definitions.
Thanks. This is Phil, and I'll actually take the first shot at answering that. That's a really good question, and it's one that, unfortunately, the way that SB 637 is often interpreted, it's subject to different sort of understandings about what process needs to occur. If you look at SB 637, where it prohibits this suite of activities, it doesn't require the Water Board to permit them all or to act on permitting all of them. What it requires is that somebody who wants to conduct a mining activity gets a permit from the Water Board before doing so. And it specifies a few different options that the Water Boards can take in issuing that permit. So it's an important distinction to make, because if it required us to permit all these different activities, then you're right, we would have to make sure that we had a permit available for each one, but that's not quite how it works. What it does is it prohibits mining until the water board issues a permit and then specifies a few different approaches that we can use. So we're trying to take as a first step the one that will sort of carve out the biggest, the type of activity that has the most demand for it currently. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. So with that last question, that concludes our first part of our question and answer period. But like we mentioned earlier, what we'd like to do now is for those of you who have to leave us, we'd like to follow up with some next steps and ways that you can continue being involved. So in a moment, I'm gonna pass the mic to Afruz, who's gonna walk us through some next steps. But before we do that, we just wanna thank everybody so much for joining us virtually. We hear the concerns that you have regarding the accessibility of this platform. We know that it's new for many folks. So for those of you who were able to join us, we wanna thank you because your participation is so important as part of this process. So following the next step portion, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break just so that we can queue up our questions. And the first speaker that we're gonna have after our 5-minute break is Kevin Hoagland, who represents the Gold Prospectors Association of America. So Kevin, we hope that you can stay on the line a few more minutes because you're next in our queue. So now I'm gonna pass the mic to Afruz, who's gonna walk us through some next steps to conclude this first part of our meeting.
Thank you, Adriana. Okay, I will explain the next steps in this process, and after that, we will continue answering more questions. Would you please change the slide? Next slide, please. The State Water Board will hold a remote publicly noticed board hearing on June 17th of this year. And during the hearing, you have an opportunity to speak directly in front of the board and provide oral comment. Public comment period ends on June 29th. And for your comments to be considered, you must submit them by noon on June 29th. Staff will consider all comments and provide responses. After that, staff will revise the draft permit based on comments received. The State Water Board will hold a publicly noticed adoption hearing to consider the permit adoption. The adoption meeting for the proposed suction dredge mining permit has not been scheduled yet. What happens after the adoption is that it usually takes about 30 days for a permit to become effective. NPDES permits need to be reviewed and approved by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. That 30 days is for the U.S. EPA review. Please subscribe to our suction dredge mining email list to be informed of future updates that we will have on this process. Next slide, please. After the State Water Board adopts the suction dredge mining permit, an individual miner must submit an application package to the State Water Board to get coverage under the permit. State Water Board staff will review the application, and if the application is approved, State Water Board staff will issue a permit, which is an approval letter from the Deputy Director of Water Quality. After obtaining the State Water Board permit, prospective miners need to apply for the Department of Fish and Wildlife permit before they can start mining. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you much, Afruz. So just as a recap, we're taking a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 4:10 and we'll begin with a next hour of public comments. All right, so we hope that you'll join us in about 5 minutes. Thanks. All right, welcome back, folks. So thanks to everybody who continued on the call with us now. Now we're gonna be entering our second period of question and answers. Staff is available for the remainder of this hour, but we do ask you to be concise just so that we can have as many opportunity to hear from all of you as possible. So next up, we have Kevin Hoagland, who represents the Gold Prospectors Association of America. So Kevin, you should be able to unmute yourself and to turn on your video. Let us know once you're able to do that.
I believe that I am unmuted and you should see my video.
You're good to go. Yes.
Thank you very much. And the proper pronunciation is Hoagland.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem, no problem. You were actually much closer than others. First off, I'd like to thank all of you for being here and then taking this extra time. And I'd like to echo some of the remarks made by Shannon Poe and also Robert Guardiola, and your willingness to have meetings with organizations. Again, my name is Kevin Hoagland. I am the Executive Director of Development for the Gold Prospectors Association of America. And I'm here representing myself as a suction dredger, along with upwards of about 50,000 members across the United States, with a majority of them located in California. My first question, and I do have three questions. My first question is, how can the California State Water Boards create definitions that are inconsistent with the Federal Clean Water Act, definitions in non-conformance with federal regulations as defined in the agreed MOU between the state of California and the EPA in September of 1989? Section 2, subsection B and D clearly states that the water boards must develop and implement regulations and policy and guidelines consistent and in conformance with federal legislation, regulations, and policy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very good. This is Diana. Ryan, do you want to comment on that, or do you want me to respond?
Sure. I mean, I would just say that we're not trying to do anything that's not in conformance with federal law. We think we're acting in accordance with federal law. If you disagree, we definitely want comments on that issue. And we're also working with, these permits have to be approved by US EPA if adopted. So we'll be working with them to make sure that they agree that we're acting within federal law.
Okay, and I'll add a little bit more. So our NPDES permits are actually, they implement existing law, regulation, and policies. And so through the NPDES permit, this one and our other ones, we're not only implementing our federal regulations and our water code, we also implement the basin plans that come from our regional water quality control boards. And so those are water quality control plans that are considered as regulation. And then we're also implementing a lot of our statewide plans and policies. And so as we look at the Memorandum of Understanding with US EPA, we do look at what US EPA expects of the state of California as they have delegated the NPDES program to us. And so, so we read that Memorandum of Understanding as their expectation that the state not only continues to adopt the appropriate state regulations and water quality control plans, but the permits actually implement them.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That actually leads into the second question of the water boards create a definition in your proposed order that makes suction dredge a pollutant, requiring an NDPES when CFR 33.323 section, .2 subsection 2 III states that dredge material is considered incidental fallback which is defined as a non-pollutant and does not require a permit.
All right, so Ryan, I am going to look to you for that one.
You know, again, comments on this issue are definitely welcome, so we can consider them in more detail. What we're operating under here is our understanding of Ninth Circuit decisions in the past that have treated suction dredge mining as an NPDES activity, as well as, again, you know, our work with our consultation with US EPA and our understanding, or, you know, our experience or reading of other NPDES US EPA approved permits in other states that regulate suction dredge mining, such as Oregon and Idaho.
Okay. Well, I guess my comment to that, my only comment to that is, if I were not dealing with a state that is requiring the permitting or the you know the NPDES permitting, it would not be required because it's not required as at the federal level, as this is again incidental fallback.
Brian, can you add a little bit more detail to the Ninth Circuit Court case that you're referring to?
Please.
Well, the case in particular that discusses suction dredge mining as a NPDES activity is Rybacek v. US EPA, and I'm happy to email that. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can email the citation or text to anybody that would need it, which is what we're basing that on. You know, and I guess to the broader point of whether or not an NPDES, you know, the fact that US EPA does not have an NPDES permit for this activity, I think it's because, you know, the permitting is necessarily in different states as they implement the NPDES program. It depends on what, you know, there's a limited amount of resources and it depends on what they get to, you know, frankly. And what is explicitly required in terms of there's a command to develop a permit, or what is identified as a priority. And what we're dealing with here is, you know, the SB 637 was passed that expanded and extended the prior moratorium on suction dredge mining and directed the State Water Board to issue permits for it. And based on our understanding of federal regulations, federal law, the appropriate avenue for at least this form of mining is NPDES permitting. Depending on the form, you know, the form of other kinds of mining you know, addressed by SB 637, the appropriate form of permitting may be different.
Thank you for that answer, Ryan. And I will get to my third and last question. I'm not going to create discussion points on these. I really more wanted to hear the answers from the Water Board and then follow up with this later on. So my final question is, why is the California State Water Board not recognizing the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on incidental fallback as entered into the Federal Register on May 10th, 1999, when the Federal Clean Water Act was revised to include this ruling?
And I can take that too. And it's hard for me to answer without it in front of me. I would want to, you know,
I have supporting documents if you'd like for me to send them to you.
I would definitely like you to send them to me and also to include them in your comments. And, you know, we'll be responding to those as well as we go through this process. So anything you think that we're not adequately addressing in terms of our obligations to implement federal law in the NPDES program, we definitely want to see them.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments and your questions, Kevin. We appreciate it. So next up, we have Alan Gallegos. Alan is the Regional Miners and Geology Program Leader for the USDA Forest Service. Alan, you should now get a request to turn on your video and unmute your mic.
Okay, I think I might be unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, well, thank you very much for the time. It's been an interesting 3 hours to sit in and listen to everything. And I appreciate everything that everybody has mentioned. Shannon Poe starting out, and Mr. Hoagland, and now and everybody that's asked a lot of questions. I'll be coordinating comments from National Forest here in California on the release of this general permit and everything that's available on it. And we're really having a lot of frustrations trying to figure out where everything is at and what really is excluded and what's included with the available maps. Now, I know that you've got a FAQ, frequently asked question that addressed the maps, but so I was hoping that I might be able to get access to better maps, or better yet, if I could get the GIS data that went into the development of those maps, that would be very helpful for us to really identify those areas that are included and as well as excluded. Would you entertain, providing that GIS data to the Forest Service?
Hi, Alan. At this stage, these maps are concepts staff are proposing in the draft permit for stakeholders' feedback. We will work on developing high-resolution maps and making these maps more interactive once we get all the feedback. And yes, we can definitely share the GIS files with you. Please submit a Public Information Act request, and we will be happy to provide the information to you.
But not now.
This is Diana. Why don't you go ahead and send us in our email what you're requesting, and we can follow up with you. I want to just emphasize what Afruz was saying. This is our first draft permit we're putting out, and we know a lot of resources goes into actually a higher resolution map. So we're putting this out to get comments on the whole concept that we've displayed in this draft permit. And if we do get the yes, continue going with this approach of regulating suction dredge mining activities in accordance with a map and the requirements in a permit, then we will be putting in the staff resources to make a higher resolution, better quality map. We used data going back and forth from from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They had some maps. We have some GIS information, not a lot. We put some of our staff in to actually enter in the data and do their magic to go with this map. So I guess just a simple request for us to give you maps. We wish it was as simple as just maps, but please, we have your name and give us your contact, and we will get on the phone with you and let you know the different variation of data we have and what we can share.
Okay, well, that would be great.
And anything we use for all the information we use for an NPDES permit that develops into our draft permit and then adopted does go in an administrative record, and it is public information.
Okay, let me just say one last thing on that, and then I have another quick question. Sure. With the maps that have been provided in your web page, it's really hard to tell. What you essentially have provided is a map of California on what is nothing, which is not more than 8.5, 11 by 11 piece of paper showing the whole state. There's no geographic reference in the map, and it's hard for us to tell if certain areas are included or excluded. So we have a hard time, even in this first stage with that map, being able to respond responsibly. So yeah, I would appreciate it. I'll send another email making that request, and then maybe I could talk to somebody on the phone and we can talk about that some more.
Yes, we're happy to do that. And we will put you in contact with our staff that did the map, and we hear you. We hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, my last question is, and we provided this input before when we started talking about this, it's been a while. One of the things is if a miner is successful in getting a suction dredge permit on a river or stream on national forest lands, you were very articulate in your last slide in talking about the process, and that process being that they would then have to go to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to get a permit from them. But one of the things that we want to comment on, we will formally in a letter, but I'm giving it to you now orally, is we would like to see that permit and that the miner knows, and any miner who's been out here in California and is doing any kind of mining on national forest land should know this, but there may be some that don't, and we find them all the time out in the field. Just because they get a suction dredging permit, they may still have to contact the Forest Service to go through the appropriate process to get permitted with either submitting a notice of intent or a plan of operation, and then get that approved. So we would like to make sure that that gets included in that general permit, and the miner knows that. And that's my last comment.
Very good. In fact,
Thank you so much, Alan.
As you're talking, I'm thinking that we, as public agencies, we should be providing as much information as possible, and we can possibly, when the time comes, put a link on our program website for this permit that would lead a miner to the information they need for your agency.
Okay, that would be great.
Yes, anything we can do to make sure that there's enough availability of all the information needed.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. That was all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan.
You're welcome.
All right, so next up we have a question from Allison Harvey. Allison represents themselves, and this is the following question. A recent DFW SEIR, and I apologize, I don't know what these acronyms stand for. A recent DFW SEIR found that suction dredging mining would cause a number of significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. Among others, this includes impacts to tribal cultural properties and to unique archaeological resources. How do the Water Board's proposed permit regulations deal with these impacts? Does the Water Board intend to issue a CEQA statement of overriding necessities?
All right, to start, I'd like to spell out the acronyms because I know how acronyms kind of trip us up. So what Adriana was stating was a recent Department of Fish and Wildlife supplemental environmental impact report, which is a full report that was conducted by the Department of Fish and Wildlife to meet requirements of the California Environmental Qualities Act. All right, so with that, yes, Renan and other staff have sat down with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they've looked through those environmental reports that were conducted. What we are proposing here is an NPDES permit, and in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA requirements, our state water board's proposed action to adopt an NPDES permit is exempt from the CEQA requirements. They're not exempt from those requirements for other type of permits and certifications that are issued, but when it comes to taking an action to adopt this type of permit, they're exempt. So we are not conducting additional CEQA for this permit. We do work closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and any additional CEQA they would need to conduct, we will continue working with them and learning from their additional studies that they must perform. Anyone like that thing? Okay, good.
Great, thank you so much, Diana. So next up, we have Steve Evans. Steve Evans represents the California Wilderness Coalition. So Steve, you should go ahead and be unmuted and be requested to start your video.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my question is similar to the person from the Forest Service. The maps in the proposed permit packet aren't readable. I'm really good reading maps, and I can't make hide or hair of them. And it's going to be very difficult to go to the hearing in June and raise issues about specific streams that could be impacted by a return to mining without knowing for sure that's happening. So would like to repeat the request that you folks put out some better maps that people can review online or on paper, whatever. But the current map packet just doesn't work, which raises an enforceability issue. If you have a map packet that's not readable, how can anybody tell if they're mining illegally or not, or getting the right permit for the wrong, stream? So, and then secondly, I request that in addition to the maps, you provide a narrative of the streams and watersheds that are off limits to mining, that are open to mining, and that have restrictions on mining. Because without a narrative, again, not everybody reads maps. A narrative will be crucial, I think, to ensuring that everybody knows, what's being proposed in the permit. So the other issue on enforcement is, how does the water board intend to enforce this permit? Are you going to have people out in the field? Are you going to come up with an agreement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to use their warden system? If so, there's not enough wardens. So that's my primary question, is how will the water board enforce the permit system?
Okay. Very
Thanks.
good.
Those are really good questions. I'm gonna jump in and respond. First of all, I just want to reinforce and maybe say a little bit differently what our team has said about the maps so far, and that is that the maps that are in the current draft proposed permit are really they're a concept that show on a small page how we would describe the different overlaying of prohibitions and then what's not prohibited in California. In order to actually implement that map with the permit, we would develop a much more refined GIS. And when we received an application, we would actually check that against the GIS. That's also something that we will make available as this permit is actually implemented. We just, like Diana said, it's a tremendous effort to go through the GIS development exercise. And because we were releasing a first draft of a long-awaited permit, we wanted to see what the public had to say about it before we invested in all the time developing the more refined draft. That said, I understand that you're interested in it. In terms of a narrative, really what we have right now is the description of areas where we've either allowed or prohibited mining. That's a non-water body specific narrative. So it describes characteristics of water bodies and whether or not they would be allowed or prohibited. To go to the lengths that you're suggesting, I don't think would be feasible for us at this point in time, because you're talking about thousands of different water bodies or segments of water bodies where they could be prohibited or not. But we definitely want to make sure that the description is clear and that the maps are available. So we'll take your comment to note in that regard and make sure that it is clear to us as the agency that's administering the permitting program, other agencies who need to also have companion permits, or like Forest Service may have the activity on their lands, and then applicants who are going to be getting the permits, as well as anybody who wants to pay attention to who's got permits. So we get that. And in terms of your third part of your question as to how this will be enforced, we are in discussions with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, recognizing that they have wardens who are already out enforcing other laws, and they have a program that's set up to do that, much more mature program than we do. We're talking with them about the possibility of piggybacking off their enforcement activities. No discussions or no decisions have been made, but we just go into this recognizing that there's certainly a shortage of resources for enforcement, and that the water boards are not typically set up to do the type of enforcement that the wardens do in some of the most remote areas. And so they may have a lot to offer in that regard.
Mm-hmm. May I add just a little bit?
Please.
So our State Water Board public hearing is an important milestone in the development of this permit. And so as our board hears from the public on the categories that we have proposed when it comes to prohibitions, that is when us as staff will get some kind of feedback through the hearing process from our board on what direction their staff, which is us, should go in. So once we get that feedback, we're in a better position then to put our resources into really carving out much better, much higher resolution maps, much more detail, much more clarification. So that hearing is a very important milestone.
Right. So here's my issue. I can't go to the hearing and make any rational comments about which streams are open or not without good information on it. And the maps don't provide that. With no narrative, it's not provided. Case in point, at the water board workshop that started this process a couple years ago, I presented information and photographs of past suction dredge mining on the East Fork San Gabriel River. Under the Fish and Wildlife, state Fish and Wildlife regulations, the upper part of that river is closed, the lower part is open, even though it's critical habitat for 2 threatened native fish species. And I presented pictures of how that river had just been reamed by miners. Just, it looked like a pile of gravel with water trickling through it. So I'm really intently concerned that these regulations may not be addressing that specific water body. And if your proposed regulations and maps don't do that, then what are you asking people to comment on?
Let me add something. The Department of Fish and Wildlife regulations, the year-round prohibitions, actually have a nice description of which water bodies they prohibit. And if we were to provide, we could provide right now the names of the watersheds that compass the actual prohibited areas. So at least you have an idea whether that water body is within that watershed or not. So that is readily available.
Yeah, yeah, and I understand. I'm quite familiar with the Fish and Wildlife's regulations. You know, submitted extensive comments on it, but yours are slightly different. In one point, it says, "And will follow all the you know, whatever restrictions or limitations that are in the Fish and Wildlife regulations will be applied." But at the same time, the water board regulations say anywhere there's been historical gold mining is off limits. That applies to the lower East Fork San Gabriel River, which Fish and Wildlife has open, at least partially open to suction dredging. I want to know how that is resolved. And so do many of the water agencies downstream receive all that water and use it for public drinking water. So it's a really important issue.
All right. May I ask for some clarification? So are you stating that how is it resolved on if there's a water body in which the water board would maybe prohibiting suction dredge mining, but the Department of Fish and Wildlife would be allowing? Is that the conflict that you're referring to?
Well, no, that's a subset of it. The other is I'm not sure how valid my comments will be at the public hearing if you're not presenting sufficient information for me to determine what streams are open, what streams are not.
All right, I understand your comments. And I realized while you were talking that I need to clarify what I stated also, that the public hearing is an important milestone, yet we also receive all public comments, and of course they have to be summarized and provided to the higher ups to be, and where we make our decisions then on which direction to go. So I wanted to correct myself in that it's not only at the public hearing, the public comments are also very important. What I just want to say is if you can please submit, again, those photos and everything within this public record. At the time that we conducted the stakeholder meetings, we did not know we were going to do an NPDES permit. We were looking at different options. And so the information that came in from the stakeholder meetings did not come into officially come into a public record for this proposed NPDES permit. But please, we hear your comments, and we look forward to receiving that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Diana. And thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate your comments and your questions. All right, so next up on our comment queue, we have Rick Humphreys, who is the Sierra Fund Science Advisor. Rick, you should now have the ability to unmute yourself and to turn on your video. Rick, it's looking like you're having some technical issues. We're going to follow up with you offline via email to make sure that we're supporting.
Things are okay.
Oh, great.
Now,
Awesome.
Do you remember some emails that we sent back and forth over the last hour about the comments that I sent in with the questions?
Yes, we have your questions. Would you
Yeah,
like us
what
to
is
read your
this?
questions?
Yeah, I thought you guys would want to read them so I didn't have to sit here and get into a big long harangue like we've been listening to for the rest of the day, since I tried to be concise with the questions. So maybe you could just read them and respond.
All right, I think that works. The thing I will say, Rick, is that you do have a number of questions, so it would be helpful. Some of these are repeat. So can I go ahead and start with just the questions that you've listed, or do you also want us to read the first comment piece?
Well, they're numbered 1 through 5. Why don't you start with number 1 and work through that?
All right, so first question we've got is, what is the basis for determining that a new regulatory program could be supported by a one-time fee?
So the way that we're proposing this is with the standard NPDES fee. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation today, rather than require an annual fee for it, it would be a fee when the application is filed that's good for the life of the NPDES permit, and no annual fee, because there isn't any certainty as to whether or not somebody would get a fish and wildlife permit and actually be able to operate a dredge on an annual basis. In terms of whether or not that would support the regulatory program, that's something that we do in arrears. We go back and check at the end of the year, and we reconcile the cost of the program against the fees that we've collected, and where necessary, we address that either by raising or lowering fees.
Phil, this is a follow-up question regarding revenue. So if the new program wasn't revenue neutral, would it be subsidized by fees paid by other permitted dischargers?
So I don't work in our fee unit, but my understanding of it is that we go back in following years and we revise the fees to strive for being revenue neutral. I don't think that we ever hit exactly revenue neutral to the dollar in any given year, but we do our best to operate in that direction.
Okay, and our last funding question, what funding source was used to develop the permit, and will that funding source be repaid with excess suction dredge program fees?
Diana, do you know which chart?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can answer that. So all of our NPDES staff are funded through the Waste Discharge Permitting Fund, and specifically that fund is basically an account where the permit fees for different permits go into that one account. Right now, what the portion of that account that we use is the portion that is funded through NPDES permit fees from other NPDES permittees, and as we're developing this new permit. So right now, our staff developing this permit are using the NPDES component of the Waste Discharge Permitting Fund.
And this is a follow-up question regarding to that. Rick, you have a number of follow-up questions, so we're doing like a rapid fire round right now. But
Yeah,
Diana,
that's great.
how will the water boards ensure there is an adequate ongoing funding to enforce this permit?
Okay, very good. So like Phil said, that this is a brand new permit for us. And so, and as we look at it, it's a permit. We put out best management practices. We have the annual reporting, and we can look to the compliance on those monitoring reporting requirements. We are looking to a sister agency to assist us as they enforce their own mining permits that they issue, that they also assist us. So once again, because this is a new permit, we will look at it as each year goes forward. We see that the most largest staff investment will be to once this permit if and when this permit is adopted, because we never know what our board will decide. But assuming we have a permit, the first largest investment of staff will be to get the applicants enrolled. And then after that, just the continued compliance determination, compliance of the permit, and then hopefully are working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. When an inspector does come back to us and tells the water board and our staff that there may be an issue at one specific spot, then we would most probably send out water board staff, and then we would have to deal with that site specific and discharger specific enforcement per our responsibilities as the water board. So with that, it's like Phil was saying, we have to start this and then look in the rears and make any adjustments necessary.
Yeah, so you were going to end up having these annual reports that the dredger sends you, documenting all the ways they complied, or say, for instance, didn't comply with the provisions of the permit. And then you're going to, that's due after they've finished dredging. So how would you enforce for somebody's past activities that might be over a year old?
Mm-hmm.
So this is not specific to suction dredge mining. This is an issue that we face in all of our permits. We have issues in permits where there may be a spill that involves a real-time investigation, compliance, and possibly enforcement. And then we have far more often issues where people report non-compliance with permits, and we follow up on compliance and potential enforcement in arrears. So it's not a suction dredge specific issue. It's one that we set up the permit to require monitoring and reporting that facilitates us to follow up where appropriate.
All right, so it sounds like we've addressed a couple of your different follow-up questions regarding enforcement. If we didn't, let us know and we can circle back to that. So we're moving on to the next question. Why are annual fees waived and analytical water quality monitoring not required? And is water quality monitoring not required strictly on the basis of high cost?
So as I tried to mention earlier, it's not strictly on the basis of high cost. That is one issue that always comes into consideration with our permits is cost of compliance. And we look at that across the board in our NPDES permitting and other permitting efforts. But another issue here is just the feasibility of collecting clean mercury samples in these remote areas without specialized training and without a specialized lab on hand. It's extremely difficult for water boards to arrange for staff and contracts to collect clean hands mercury sampling. To expect dischargers to do it is even more so. And so what we've done instead is we proposed a conservative approach that, as you can hear today, is not viewed favorably by the discharger community, but a conservative approach that would not allow mining in areas where it's likely that there are mercury problems.
All right, so given Phil's response, Rick, it sounds like he also addressed some of the issues related to monitoring. But if you have any follow-ups regarding the effectiveness of visual water quality monitoring, please let us know.
Yeah, I did.
The last question.
I was trying to pull out what I sent you because, you know, I don't know how you, first of all, visualize a plume and do visual monitoring on a plume when you're holding the nozzle of your suction dredge underwater to operate the dredge. I'm not, I mean, in and of itself, I mean, it's hard to imagine that somebody could see that their plume was going past the 500-foot limit of the plume, unless they had somebody else there or they had some sort of automatic monitoring system. You know, so that's one point. And then the other point is that the water quality effects of suction dredging that were identified in the SCIR are elemental mercury, mercury and toxic metals. I don't know that visual monitoring would tell you anything about mercury discharges or metals discharges. So, I mean, the monitoring in itself is just kind of falls in its face. And then, you know, lastly, I'm not sure if I got to this in a different thing, is that you have incentives built into the monitoring that would, I think, push a suction dredger to not report. For instance, they have to report the presence of elemental mercury when the presence of elemental mercury gets a watershed or a water body banned. Now, somebody's suction dredging and finding mercury, they're oftentimes finding gold with it. I mean, do you really think that they're going to report this?
So Rick, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were pausing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I'm happy
I mean,
to
go
try
ahead.
now.
I mean,
so in terms of visual monitoring,
well, let me back up just one more. You heard a lot about the mining claims. That's not addressed in your proposal. These guys look at these claims as a piece of property where they own the mineral. The mineral estate is the term they use. If they find mercury on their claim and they report it, then the water body they're dredging that runs through that's part of their claim, that's a basis for saying that water body can't be dredged. So.
Thank you. All good questions. And so I'm going to try and step through them. And if I miss something, please let me know. But in terms of the visual monitoring requirement and your concern about the mercury, we have prohibitions proposed in the permit that would not allow dredging in areas where mercury would be an issue. So the visual monitoring is really focused more on sediment.
Well, I mean, that's predicated on you knowing where all the mercury is. And, you know, you don't. And if somebody finds mercury in a watershed that you didn't think had mercury in it, and therefore it was on the list where you could dredge, I mean, there's a disincentive for reporting it.
So in terms of the disincentive for reporting, the permit does require reporting under penalty of perjury, like all of our NPDES permits do. We require somebody to sign and attest to the information that they're providing. And so as with all dischargers, we have to assume that people who are applying for getting a permit and complying with the permit or following the conditions of the permit are going to report, consistent with the permit. We don't assume dishonesty in reporting. We do have a presence in the field in terms of, potentially working with wardens or having our own staff, and that's yet to be determined out there, to do compliance evaluations to determine whether or not people are complying with the permit in real time. And then we're going to need to look at the program success and see how it's playing out too. This is a new program. I appreciate the concerns that you're raising, and they really aren't central, or they aren't specific to this permit. These are issues that we can have with any permit where there's a discharge or a permit and there's revenue on the line.
This is Diane. I just wanted to add that as we write a permit, especially with this permit, well, let me add this for all the audience here. NPDES permits typically include a robust monitoring and reporting program requirements in which there is a lot of analytical monitoring, water quality monitoring that goes on, to where you have to collect a sample and send it to an analytical lab for analysis. As we write this permit and we look at the dischargers, we really question ourselves that it's just not feasible. It's not feasible to place a requirement for analytical monitoring on miners. And then even if we did, the money spent and the quality of the results per, not taking the sampling correctly and so forth. So with that, we look at what resources we may have for having regional monitoring programs, or our surface water ambient monitoring program, which is a program here out of the Water Board. Go out and do any necessary monitoring, which we see we would have to characterize additional streams in which this permit would allow the mining, and then that way we can see if there is an impact taking place from the mining. These are all concepts, but when it comes down to the feasibility, we really take that serious on placing in proposed requirements if it's really not even feasible that we can get good information back.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you,
it seems
Diana.
like, I mean, you've eliminated one source of information, which you would get from analytical monitoring, which we all agree is pretty difficult for these people to do, both because of where they're operating and their expertise. And then you're relying on visual monitoring that is also very difficult to do because they're down there dredging and they can't see where their plume's going. So, you know, it sounds to me like the monitoring is going to be completely ineffective.
We welcome any suggestions.
Well, my suggestion is if you can't monitor the effect, if you're going with an ambient regional monitoring, that means that the taxpayers are subsidizing this activity. And that, you know, raises questions as, do the taxpayers really want to subsidize this activity, or really should be subsidizing this activity? After all, if you talk to the miners, you know, they have this right, they think they have to mine, and they're mining on their private property, which are the minerals that are on these mining claims per the 1872 mining law. The mining law doesn't guarantee they have to make money on it. It just says they have the right to the minerals. So, I mean, if you agree that, you know, a dredger can't really monitor their plume while they're operating unless they have somebody else there, or some remote sensor that they have downstream. And if you're going to completely defer the requirement for analytical monitoring, I mean, you have to ask yourself, well, why are you going ahead with this NPDES permit? Because, you know, there's no way you can ensure that it's anybody's going to comply with it, the conditions, or even be able to measure the effects.
Thank you, Rick. I
And-
think your comments are really important, and we really appreciate you joining us. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap up, so we are gonna be moving forward. But again, I think as others have mentioned, if you, we really encourage you to continue participating, and we hope that you will be able to join us at the State Water Board hearing on the 17th. So for all of you, we are going to now be concluding our workshop. There are a few comments that we didn't get a chance to talk through. So very briefly, I just want to give a couple, I just want to read off a couple synopsis of some folks. Scott Harding has, from the American Whitewater, has requested to obtain GIS data files associated to the maps that were presented. Jonathan Evans from the Center of Biological Diversity has requested information around coordinating with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the timing and process for the complementary permit process. Robert Gino, who represents himself, is requesting information around what additional science regarding what would be acceptable for small scale mining. Daryl Crady, representing himself, had a question regarding if he had to pay the additional permitting fee if he only did suction dredging in a small creek. Bradley UL, representing Golden Sniffer Products, had a question regarding had a comment regarding small scale mining and their ability to continue. And then Francesco Lazicera, representing himself, had a question regarding getting access to the proposed maps and whether the maps would be open for reconsideration. So for those of you who we were unable to have us join, or for those of you who we didn't get a chance to talk through your questions, we really encourage you to continue participating at the June 17th board workshop. want to thank you for your participation. And at this time, I'm going to pass the mic to Diana, who's going to close out our workshop.
Diana, I hate, just very quickly before you go, I heard a couple of things in those questions that may cause a little bit of consternation for for the people who submitted the questions. And I just want to respond that we will be public and open about our coordination with Department of Fish and Wildlife in terms of enforcement. We are going to work very diligently to make sure that better mapping information is available to people for providing comments and complying with the permit. And the question as to discharging, I'm seeing the question that it wasn't asking about, do you need to pay if you suction dredge in a small stream? It was asking if you suction dredge and do not discharge back to the stream, if you need to pay the fee. And that's a good question, and we'll make sure that those questions are answered. Thanks,
Yes.
Diana.
Sure, absolutely. So with that, I'm going to do a quick closing. In addition to just thanking you all, I think we all can acknowledge that an NPDES permit could be quite complex. And there are a lot of comments, a lot of concerns, and so forth. So we have a lot of work to do still as State Water Board staff. I want to thank you in advance for further work that you put in on comments, and thank you in advance for further time you take to meet with us and to communicate with us. And before I say goodbye, I just want to state that as Water Board staff, we're working as transparently as we can. And whether it's a COVID-19 situation or not, we're going to continue working as transparent as possible. And so we look forward to continue working with you or having our paths cross again. And until then, please take care.
It
Great.
looks like we may have lost Adriana, but
we lost Adriana. So with that, since we lost our facilitator, I'm just going to say thank you, and we're going to close our meeting.
thanks everybody for your participation.
Yes, bye-bye.